All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Greenhouse Gas Coordination Working Group Session 9. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing the ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I will be your facilitator for today's working group session. Before we get started, just a reminder that the materials that we'll be going over today are available out on the California ISO website, so you can get to that page by going to CAISO.com. And then under the Stay Informed tab, you'll see policy initiatives. That will take you out to our main initiative landing page. And then if you scroll about halfway down on the page, you'll see greenhouse gas coordination, and all the materials are posted towards the very top of that page. So if we go to the next slide, just a few housekeeping reminders. The meeting is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only, so any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And these working groups are meant to be collaborative and stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. And so we welcome open feedback and discussion, but just a reminder to keep those comments and questions professional and respectful. We move to the next slide, please. We will be pausing for comments and questions throughout today's working group. So if you connected to audio through the WebEx and use that call me option, for those joining us on the WebEx today, please raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed into the conference separately outside of WebEx, then you'll need to press #2 to raise your hand. And then for those joining us in person today, just a reminder to use your microphones so that those on the phone lines can hear us. And then a reminder to all just to please remember to state your name and affiliation before asking your question or making your comment. And then you can also send your question or comment through the chat to all panelists, or you can send it to me directly. And my name is Isabella Nicosia. We'll be monitoring that today as well and reading it out. Next slide, please. And then just a reminder that commissioners and advisors from state public utility commissions may be in attendance, so please keep that in mind during discussions today. Next slide. All right, our agenda. So I have just a few working group updates that will kick us off, and then I'm going to turn things over to Todd Ryan from PG&E, and he'll be providing a presentation related to problem statement 1. And then later this morning, we'll hear from Callie Wells on GHG price formation. So she's presenting on behalf of WPTF. And then we'll take a 15-minute break, come back and hear from Vistra. We have Kathleen Colbert joining us today. So her presentation will focus on problem statements 1 through 3. And then we'll break for lunch and come back this afternoon and have a presentation from the ISO related to data requests. And then we'll hear from Claire again, this working group. She's going to provide an example of the GHG attribution framework that we discussed during the March meeting. So we'll hear from Claire this afternoon, break, and then at the very end of today's discussion, we'll hear from PNM, and Kelsey Martinez will be presenting related to problem statement 7. And we'll wrap up with some next steps. So if we can go to the next slide. All right, an update on where we are in the working group progress. So previously, we had kind of been in between this problem statement and assessment, and now we are starting to move more into these assessment discussions and potential resolution discussions. So this visual is just representative of that progress. Next slide. All right, a few working group updates. So if we can move to the next slide. We received feedback through written comments and during the last working group. It was positive to move things into these work streams. And the ISO had published kind of a crosswalk between PGE's proposal and PSC's suggestions. And we received additional feedback. And there was some confusion on how work stream 2 and 3 differentiated, because they both were kind of addressing these non-pricing clean energy policies. And so based on feedback, we've tried to distinguish these two, the work streams 2 and 3 a bit more, and rearrange some of the problem statements under those categories to reflect that reorganization. So with work stream 1, it largely remained unchanged. So it's still ISO market operations and GHG design, focusing on the current approach to GHG pricing programs in the WEIM. And so that reflects problem statements 1 through 4, and then the metric statement 6E. And our sponsors for this work stream are PG&E, PGE, Vistra, and WPTF. And then our second work stream still focuses on that addressing non-pricing and clean energy policies and voluntary goals. But these problem statements are now metrics statement 6C and then problem statements 7A through C. So the entirety of problem statement 7. And our sponsors for this work stream are PGE, PNM, and WRA. And then this revised workstream 3 now focuses on GHG and related metrics, which is why you see the majority of the metrics problem statement 6 reflected under this workstream, and then problem statement 5, which is our reporting requirements problem statement. And the sponsor for this workstream is PGE, and their focus is mainly on metrics. If we move to the next slide, this just gives an update on problem statement sponsors. So during last working group meeting, WPTF volunteered to be problem statement 4 sponsor. So this table reflects that change. And then there is still no sponsor or co-sponsor for problem statement 5. So if you are interested in sponsoring or co-sponsoring any of the problem statements listed here, please reach out and we'll get you in touch with the appropriate people. All right, so those are really my working group updates. Through feedback, we received that there's definitely more of an appetite to have these substantive discussions on the assessment of the problem statements and the potential solutions. So that is what our focus today will be. And with that, if we move to the next slide, I'm going to turn things over to Todd to kick us off with his presentation on problem statement 1.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. And yeah, we've been a supporter of problem statement 1 specifically, as I think it kind of is asking us where we are today with the GHG program. But with that, next slide, please. So I don't think this is any shocking news to anyone, but decarbonizing is expensive, right? And so anything we can do to keep costs down either means savings for our customers, or it means that we can decarbonize further for the same dollars. So really what we're hoping to understand is, are we effectively, cost effectively decarbonizing? And so that gets to where we are in the program and how well it's working. And with the impending EDAM, we're going to go from potentially the WAIM market only, which is roughly what, like 5%-ish of the dollars traded in CAISO, to 100% of the dollars traded, and expected 20 to 30% increase in volume. So if we're not currently effectively decarbonizing, or our GHG program is not as efficient as it ought to be, then we're going to be wasting dollars. So next slide, please. And further, we think problem statement 1 really does align with cap and trade principles, right? Cap and trade doesn't say prevent pollution at all costs, right? It says that sometimes it's economically efficient to pollute and buy the allowances. Sometimes you're going to have excess allowances and you sell, and the market dynamics will help slowly bring us to decarbonization. So problem statement 1 is very much in line with cap and trade principles. And next slide. This is probably the most substantive slide here that I think hopefully we can have a little discussion on. This is by no means a extensive analysis. It's meant to be illustrative, right? Is there secondary dispatch constraint? Is it appropriately balancing the cost of leakage to the cost to load, right? Is the cost of the cure better than the cost of the illness? So for example only, what's the cost of 1 megawatt hour of coal leakage, right? Depending on your personal or business perspective on the social cost of carbon, coal leakage could be somewhere between like $50 and $200 per megawatt hour of leaked coal prevented, right? Or leaked coal. What is the secondary dispatch constraint costing California, right? The current only GHG zone, or what would it cost other new zones that are added? Well, if you just increase real-time load by 1 cent in California, you would get roughly $250 to $500 per megawatt hour of avoided leak coal, right? That very rough and illustrative only example suggests that maybe at certain times it might be out of balance. And so what we'd hope we can get is a discussion of like, what does that benefit cost analysis actually look like? What are actually the costs? What are actually the benefits of the secondary dispatch constraint? What analysis can we do to actually understand the balance better, to understand if there are times where the secondary dispatch constraint might be leading to poor outcomes, right, that are not aligned with cap and trade principles. And so we can better understand where we are so that we can figure out where we want to go. Can I pause for questions or check in to see if there's any questions or comments?
Do we have any questions from anyone on the phone or in the room? Yeah, go ahead, Anya.
This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Todd, thanks so much for your presentation and teeing up kind of the trade-offs that occur in terms of the more constraints that you put in place to minimize leakage, the trade-offs there are with costs. I just want to note the role that the California Air Resources Board plays in calculating total leakage, and maybe put this in the context of some of the working group efforts related to potentially articulating what metrics could be suggested for EDAM Go Live, and recognizing the role of CARB in calculating total leakage, and potentially that number could be used by the ISO in looking at some of the costs of constraints and comparing it with that CARB number. So just want to put it in terms of jurisdictional authority that CARB has over leakage, and a recommendation to potentially have that as a metric that's tracked associated with EDAM Go Live after there's market data to really look at that trade-off. But really important conversation. I'm glad that you brought this up, and curious if there's other thoughts in the room or online.
Not seeing any questions online, so if there are others in the room.
Great, thank you. And thanks for checking online first. I wanted to give everyone a chance to ask a clarifying question because I had the benefit of thinking through a little bit in advance what you're going to present. I think this is, so Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, let me first announce myself. And this is a really important thing that you've teed up. I appreciate the trade-offs that you're trying to put out. Anya, I think getting that kind of sizing what that looks like would be very useful, kind of like what you were just describing. My gut reaction to this, Todd, is that if we can boil all this down to very simple, it's the actual quantity associated with each of these two things. And so from like a total cost perspective, you're thinking as a load serving entity about this specific problem from the perspective of what is the quantity that is associated with secondary dispatch or leakage versus what is the quantity of like all of your total market purchases that would be subject to your demand price. Am I understanding kind of your view of this balance beam?
So I wouldn't put it just purely in terms of quantity, right? I'd want to think and have stakeholder input on what are the true benefits of the secondary dispatch when you take a kind of a holistic look. Like, for example, what would happen if the secondary dispatch constraint were relaxed just a little bit and you deemed an extra megawatt hour in? If that were leaked coal, that would have a cost, both in terms of societal cost. It would also have, potential cost to load from, having to pay for the outstanding emissions, have to pay in real-time load costs. There's also, there's a lot more costs and benefits than I tee up here. This is purely illustrative. But if we could sketch out something together as stakeholders to understand, even with very rough assumptions about what is leakage or what isn't leakage, then we could maybe identify better today or agree upon situations where we think the program could be enhanced, right? And so I just find it difficult to understand whether we need fundamental change in the market itself and in our GHG accounting rules unless we know kind of like how effective it's working today. So, I'd like to see some analysis done, even if it's very rough, right? So that gets to the next slide if we wanted to jump ahead. It's just the pitch here is that we should prioritize problem statement 1 prior to doing further changes to the mechanisms. That's not to say prioritizing over other things, but before we prioritize changes to price formation or anything else, we should understand where we are. And so let's, put our heads together, figure out, even approximate value to what the extent of leakage is. Can we put rough cost benefits associated with it based on our understanding of GHG bid curves or GHG bidding behaviors? Can we understand actually what the cost to real-time load is? Not all load settles at real time. So, my assumption of 100% of real-time load adding a penny isn't a good one, nor is the penny a good assumption, right? So if we can refine these assumptions even a little bit, I think we could identify cases where the program could be improved, or maybe it says everything's fine. Proceed on as you are, right? So I don't know the answer to this question, and I'm hoping that stakeholders will support my suggestion that we look at this prior to doing it.
Great. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra again. I just wanted to kind of backcast, if it's all right. Completely agree with you about the fact that we need analysis on this. So start there. But backcast to one of the more beneficial discussions on greenhouse gas that I've had the benefit of participating in, and I was just looking up the date to kind of give us a sense of what we could look at, was back in January 25th of 2022 at the Regional Issues Forum. Abhishek Hundawal presented and provided some really great statistics on potential secondary leakage associated with transfers. And I mean, to me, that is, I'm going to double down because it is the CAISO has previously provided analysis that seems to get at this problem. It seems also like a lower level effort. And as we think through our analyses and our data requests, I would just ask the CAISO to also think about it from that context. This is something you've already provided analysis on. We just have it ended at December 2021. So what I'm looking for really is an expansion of what you've previously provided up through today, and to help us get at that.
This is Anya Gilbert again with the CAISO. Kathleen, I appreciate that suggestion and call out. And for folks that aren't familiar with that deck that was provided in the EDAM GHG working group in January as well, or actually I'm not sure it's January, but at least the RIF in January, as well as the EDAM GHG working group. And what those graphs show is how the quantity of secondary dispatch has decreased over time, particularly with the enhancements that went live in 2018 to reduce secondary dispatch. I think, associated with EDAM Go Live, we can continue to do that calculation. I think what Todd is raising is take that calculation of secondary dispatch and associate it with costs. And I do want to, again, point out the role of CARB in quantifying that leakage, which is different than kind of our calculation of what total secondary dispatch might be. So just different metrics there, but support that recommendation around kind of continuing to track this with EDAM Go Live based on CARB data and the costs of the constraints.
And if there are sensitivities to estimating what portion of the deeming below the baseline is true backfilling versus just as a result of forecast errors, beneficial secondary dispatch, for a rough benefit cost analysis, one could just assume the worst case, right? That all deeming below the baseline is backfilling and understand that cost. And, what I think that's going to be difficult for someone like myself or Kathleen or anyone here to understand is what is the elasticity of the GHG bid curve in that particular period? The full understanding of what the trade-offs are. And so that's where I was hoping that we as stakeholders could align on kind of rough assumptions and then hopefully convince the CAISO to perform that analysis over a reasonable data set so we understand where we are.
We do have a hand raised online from Claire Brednick. Yeah, good morning, Claire.
Good morning. This is Claire Bridnich from WPTF. Thanks, Todd. I really appreciate this, and I support the idea that we need additional analysis around this question of leakage and secondary dispatch, including a cost benefit. But I think implicit in your presentation is something that I also want to raise, which is, do we have the appropriate baseline against which to measure emissions leakage? WPTF has raised this repeatedly in the process to get to the current EDAM design. We've raised it. We will continue to raise it. I think some of the presentations today begin to this question, but implicitly in our baseline is an assumption that the assumption that anything that is dispatched outside of California has to serve load in the market footprint outside California first, unless it's contracted to a resource internally. And I think that's fundamentally inconsistent with the idea of an expanding market footprint, which serves load everywhere. So I just want to throw into the mix in this discussion that I think part of this is assessing what the difference is, both what our assessment of the magnitude of leakage is, how that changes if our baseline was to change, and how that impacts costs. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Claire, I understand your point perfectly. I would caution us to take, baby steps. If we try to analyze everything, it's going to be difficult to do anything. So my suggestion again would be to do a rough analysis first. We can always refine things if stakeholders do feel like, different scenario analysis should be done on the rough analysis, like, assuming that it's all deeming below the baseline is secondary dispatch, or 50% of it or 10% of it. Like those, I think a different scenario on that particular assumption might capture some of what you're getting at without having to do significant simulations and counterfactuals. But I completely understand your point and agree that that's another worthy conversation. So I think that's pretty much all my slides. I really appreciate everyone's time, and hopefully I was succinct enough to keep your attention.
I have one more. I wanted to go back actually to your first slide. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And I think it's slide number 2, if we could go back. The one.
I think it's slide 12.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
One further back.
Great. So Todd, thank you so much for bringing this up. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to challenge you to expand beyond what you were thinking for your presentation. And because since I think you're bringing up a good question about looking at this problem holistically, I want to challenge you to look at it even more holistically. And I want to talk about the decarbonization is expensive. So decarbonization is expensive. We, in the state of California, have very aggressive new resource development goals that contribute towards moving us to that 100% clean energy by 2045. We also have, as you know, like very intense emission reduction goals associated with that, which I think are more binding in any cases. But the reason I bring this up is that I think when we talk about the CAISO's markets, we sometimes lose sight of the fact that the results of the CAISO's market impact pricing, that impacts forward pricing, which impacts projections that developers or IPPs that are looking to, and LSEs that are doing their own self-build projects are looking at the CAISO's market. What is the potential operational profile of, let's say, storage asset that's being considered to be built? There's a specific cost of new entry to build that asset, And then there's the ability to offset that cost of new entry, right, with energy and ancillary service revenues. And so that's where those forward projections come in. Another piece of this puzzle that if we're going to look at it holistically, I'm going to challenge you and other load serving entities that are thinking about the trade-offs associated within these areas, is that it is really important that the market solution is the right solution. If battery storage is meant to be displaced for cleaner resources externally, that's going to lower the overall ENAS that can offset new build costs. So you're going to see these costs, the costs are there, right? There's a reality about how much it costs to build a new asset, period. How effective it would be in the markets to allow that to offset its overall like new resource build. Now that's going to be a function of how the market views it, right? Relative to other resources. And so like my focus has always been let's get the right solution in the market. Then we'll build out our projections and we'll provide the best offer we can provide for building new assets. But that piece of this puzzle is the third prong of what you're bringing up, and the decarbonization is expensive. So I wanted to challenge you not only to think about the constraints and the leakage, but also the fact that you have these aggressive new build targets. I want to see what your response is.
Yeah, no, and I welcome that feedback. Yeah, absolutely. My whole point of this presentation is to get that perspective of all the stakeholders, and see if we can come up with what a first order approximation would be to doing this analysis. And that might include things that I haven't thought of. Yeah, absolutely. So there are clearly dynamics, when the term right solution is clearly subjective, right? And so reasonable people can disagree on what the right solution is, but maybe we can first agree on like what a first order approximation of benefit cost would be, including any type of feedback to GHG prices, outstanding emissions costs, incentives to build new clean resources, and effects on the allowance market. I mean, let's put it all out there and discuss it. So appreciate it.
We do have a question in the chat. Could you just clarify your first sub-bullet? Is it intentionally saying carbonization, or is that meant to say decarbonization?
Yes, thank you. That is a typo. Yeah. Thank you. If we can identify wasted funds or poorly utilized funds, then it would be better utilized further decarbonizing. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Are there any other questions for Todd in the room or on the phone line? Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Todd.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, our next presenter is Callie Wells with WPTF on problem statement 4, which focuses on GHG price formation. So if we can move to the next slide deck. I'll turn things over to you, Callie.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Callie Wells. I'm a co-founder and senior partner over at Gridwell Consulting, and I'm actually here today on behalf of the Western Power Trading Forum, or WPTF. For those of you not familiar, WPTF is a broad-based organization that really advocates and supports transparent markets and competitive market rules out in the Western Interconnect. We can actually advance. Let's go to slide 4. Or actually slide 5. We don't need to go through the disclaimer. Okay, so we wanted to take this opportunity today to really tee up, very similar to Todd, some questions that we have been wrestling with ourselves as it relates to the GHG price formation. So first, we wanted to really ground what we mean by the role of price formation in the CAISO market. Obviously, there's some theoretical benefits in getting accurate price formation, but we also want to really ground it in reality. And actually, I think Kathleen's last comment tee this up actually quite well, that these price formations coming out of the market are actually used day to day by entities making business decisions and long-term investments. So we really want to ground this in some reality as well. And then we're going to actually walk through some examples of pricing outcomes that we have been seeing using the CAISO's solver they produced, I think, several months ago, or maybe it's been over a year, through the EDM policy effort, and just really kind of highlight some examples that illustrate the questions that we've been wrestling with. And I will be very clear, we don't have a formalized opinion as to what the right price formation is. These are just outcomes we're seeing that, again, we've been really kind of thinking through, so we wanted to bring the stakeholder community along in that conversation. And then we'll wrap it up with really kind of start with what we think is a list of policy questions worthy of conversation. Obviously, if anyone else has policy questions related to price formation, happy to add those in as well. And then just some recommended next steps and maybe a couple asks of the CAISO to really help support this conversation going forward. Okay, so we will start with the role of GHG price formation. So if we can advance, I think 2 more slides, please. Okay, so this really is the why do we care slide. So from a theoretical perspective, obviously the price signals that come out of the market provide a signal to participating entities. They indicate the value of various products relative to one another. They indicate the need for additional capabilities or products, as well as obviously that locational value, as well as, you know, one product needed more in one specific location over another. Right, and that is from more the theoretical perspective. And then what's really going to ground this in reality is entities who directly participate in the CAISO market, as well as entities that maybe are a little bit more tangential, they all actually use this information every single day when they're making their business decisions, as well as long-term investment decisions. So it's not just that this market is printing out prices, you know, sending these signals to cyberspace or, you know, this vast. People are actually taking this information and making business decisions. And ideally, the more accurate those price signals are coming out of the market, it will result in more optimal investment. Those business decisions will be more well-informed. And in the long run, it really does have this feedback loop back into the CAISO market. And overall, it will minimize the deadweight loss and really lower overall costs that consumers pay in the market. And one other thing that we did want to highlight, and we'll get to this through our examples, is it really isn't just about the overall LMP. The individual components that make up the LMP also provide this additional layer of transparency information, and entities do use those. It's not just a component that the optimization prints out based on shadow prices. It's information providing signals that is this additional layer of information that's being utilized. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of these use cases in detail, but we wanted to at least underline that, again, these components do matter, the GHG component, the loss, congestion, the SMEC. Obviously, we're here today talking about GHG, so I'm going to focus mostly on the GHG component of the LMP, but also as well as the SMEC. And what you'll see is that when we go through our price formation examples, there is an interaction between those two. Certain policy decisions that have been made that's in the market today actually have made a determination on how those two interact. And you'll see that if you kind of tweak some of those assumptions or some of the scenarios, there is this direct relationship between the two. So just a couple, you know, examples of how these components are used by entities. Obviously, the forward investment decisions, procuring additional resources, looking at what is that commercial viability of developers out there trying to figure out which resource project they might want to take on, as well as contracting opportunities. So if you have a resource sitting out there trying to figure out which LSC they're wanting to contract with, maybe one LSC is positioned in a GHG regulated area, one is not. They look at those trade-offs and the benefits, and part of that evaluation does pull in the GHG component of the LMP. It does look at the, you know, the SMEC, or that system marginal energy component of the LMP, in making those determinations. It also actually, on the GHG component specifically, has a feedback loop into the cap and trade program, right? All these programs are interrelated, so the information coming out of our market is looked at by resource owners who are actually having to go out and buy these allowances, and how the signals coming out of these markets help inform how they're going to interact in those auctions, or the compliant, or to purchase compliance instruments. So again, these just some use cases we wanted to provide so that we really ground this in reality. And when we're talking price formation, it really isn't just from a theoretical perspective. Obviously, all those benefits are great, especially when we're talking a competitive market, but it is practically used by entities making business decisions that also then, in the long run, find its way back into the market. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we actually jump into the examples, I wanted to reiterate something that Kaisa presented a few months back. I personally thought that the way they characterized this was really useful to me, and I always give credit where credit is due. I want to say it was Kevin Head, if I'm not mistaken, who presented this information, but it really spoke to me, and it really gets at what is the marginal GHG cost today. And this first bullet here, it says, today, based on our policy decisions that we've made in the market design, when we look at that marginal GHG cost component, it really represents the change in total cost paid by load if the WEAM transfer into California were changed by 1 megawatt hour. And I want to highlight that, the WEAM transfer. There is a direct connection between the marginal GHG component and WEAM transfers into California, or, I guess more high level, into a GHG regulated area. And almost more importantly, what he presented on is what it does not represent. It is not a reflection of the GHG costs associated with the marginal resource for energy. So that resource that's setting the SMEC, the market just doesn't then pick up the GHG cost component associated with that resource and set this, doesn't pick up the GHG cost associated with that resource and sets the GHG component based on that. Also, I would like to add to this list, it's not a reflection of the GHG cost of the highest emitting resource dispatched to serve load in the GHG area, right? So you can have a higher emitting resource serving load in the GHG area with a higher GHG cost than what that component represents. And again, it really is these policy decisions that we've made along the way that have shaped what that marginal GHG cost represents. Again, we are not saying that there is a right or a wrong way here. I think the theme, if I were to think back into the EDAM conversations, the theme with the GHG working groups all along was, this is a challenging problem. There is no right way, almost with every aspect that we look at. So again, we don't have a formal opinion on what we think is right or wrong. We just want to start teeing up these conversations so we can really have a full understanding when we look at the GHG cost component. What are we looking at? What does that represent? Do we want it to represent something else? Next slide. Well, I guess I kind of already covered that. So from a high level, the main policy question that we're looking at here again is what should that marginal GHG component represent? I think the goal at the end of all these conversations, and I'm not expecting to get to this goal today, is step one, is for the stakeholder community and the CAISO to really coalesce around kind of what we think the ideal price formation should be. And it's not an easy answer, or it's not an easy question to ask. And it will probably take several engagements with the stakeholder and the CAISO, several iterations, but we just wanted to initiate that conversation today. All right, before I go on to the examples, I guess I can pause for questions.
Hi, this is Ani Gilbert with the ISO. Thanks so much, Callie, for the intro and framing. Maybe just digging into one of the points you raised in terms of how GHG is used. Could you expand on that a little bit more on how it's used today by CARB or other entities?
Yeah, of course. So I think I touched on the contracting one specifically, is if you have maybe a developer out there with a non-emitting resource or even a low emitting resource, and they have a couple contracting opportunities they're looking at. They're going to look at what the market is printing in terms of the GHG value in the different areas. And if it's looking at, maybe in the world where we end up with 2 GHG regulated areas, it's going to look at, well, the value of carbon based on the prices coming out of the market in California is X, the value of carbon coming out of Washington is Y. It will take that information and help determine essentially what contracting opportunities it might decide to take on. And then obviously that will then ultimately feed back into the market and how that resource is participating in the market itself. Another one is really just forward projections, right? It's people are taking the prices that are printed every single day and comparing that to their forward projections, which are used in commercial viability evaluations all the time. So, and they'll look at what's coming out today and adjust their forward projections based on what they're seeing. So again, the more accurate we can get those price signals coming out of the market, the more accurate these entities and the better information they have available to them to help make their long-term investment decisions. Does that help?
It does. And I'm trying to think about how the allowance auction kind of factors into that as well, and how that might be somewhat circular with kind of the allowance auction kind of dictating that cost of compliance that makes it into the market. And then you have the different kind of GHG costs by region. So thanks, Callie.
Of course.
We have a hand from Mary Wenke online.
Great, thank you. This is Mary Winke with the Public Generating Pool. Thanks so much for this, Callie. I have a question that may be sort of philosophical, but something that we've been thinking about as well in terms of how do you sort of evaluate what is a right price? And it seems like that, as I think Todd mentioned, there's sort of a subjective, it's a subjective call. There's policy issues. I just wonder sort of what are the criteria, or how do we evaluate what is right or what is accurate pricing, particularly in this context?
Yeah, that is, I think, the $1 million question. In my mind, I think there's kind of a two-step process. There are maybe two questions. One is, what do we want the GHG component specifically to represent? I think we need to all kind of think through that question. And hopefully the examples that we're going to run through will kind of highlight some of the differences and maybe, for lack of a better term here, options on the table. Because ultimately what we decide we want that marginal GHG cost to represent will help inform the policy decisions we make and maybe tweaks to the market design that we want to consider. And then once we, in my mind, at least once we all kind of are on the same page as to what we want it to represent, then I think it's, okay, how do we get the market to accurately represent that? And I think that's where maybe Todd's question comes in, or maybe some more specific tweaks to the market design. Do we have the right counterfactual baseline? Do we have the right secondary dispatch constraints in there? And then that's where you get at the cost benefit analysis. But I think the question I'm hoping to at least initiate today the conversations around is that first question is, what do we want it to represent? And then we start talking about how do we get that the most accurate. But I agree, it's a really challenging question. That's why at this point we do not have a formalized opinion on it, and we're hoping that through these conversations with the stakeholders in CAISO that we can kind of coalesce around kind of that ideal price formation. I know that's not a direct answer, but hopefully that helps.
That is helpful. Thanks, Callie.
Okay, we have two questions in the room.
This is Sylvia Spiewak from the California ISO. The GHG shadow price component today is, I don't want to say the quote right answer within the terms of price formation, but the benefit of it is that it compensates resources for the opportunity cost that arises between the GHG and the non-GHG area. What that means is playing with that number, if it goes up or if it goes down, may require bid cost recovery or some other adjustment that reduces the efficiency of the market outcome. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix as a trade-off that you'd have to consider if you want to see a different number from that metric. As an alternative, we might consider coming up with a different metric that might inform the decisions that you've been talking about.
Yeah, and I understand that that's based on today's design. What I'm hoping that our examples will illustrate is that there are, even with today's design, that price formation or the shadow price that we're seeing today might not actually fully cover the GHG cost because it is directly tied to those WEAM transfers. And we don't have transparency today into what the GHG cost is of internal resources, just based on a policy decision that was made years ago. And so again, that's a very valid point, and I'm hoping it's those kinds of questions and conversations that we can kind of tee up today.
Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I really appreciate the way you're framing this as well, Callie. I wanted to, because I know even in my questions with Todd, I was like, what we want to get to is and I might have said right market outcome, and I'll try to dial that back. But what I mean by that is what I think you're getting at, which is that we as a stakeholder community and the CAISO as the primary market designers and market operators need to get on the same page about what the core assumptions are underlying what the GHG framework, how it impacts market outcomes, whether that's pricing or awards and dispatch, and whether or not that is the outcome that we believe is intended. That is the intent. Because you keep talking about these policy decisions, and I wanted to another backcast on these policy decisions were made very, very, very quickly. The WEIM first effort was done in less than a year, pushed forward, implemented. There was like a year one enhancement. I think we might have had a second one. But for the most part, the design that we have today, barring the changes coming with EDAM, is what we started with. And so the policy decisions that were previously made that have been kind of cemented throughout the EDAM working group as the core assumption, those were done very quickly. And I personally don't feel we've had the intellectually rigorous debate on what they should be. And that's what I hear you teeing up. And so I'm very excited about that. With my lens from an economist perspective, I think about externalities a lot. And so I've thought about this from the perspective of an environmental externality and how when you more fully represent a negative externality into the market, of course it increases costs. And yes, it might result in some additional lumpiness in our solution that might have to be recovered through a big cost recovery framework in some ways. But when we think about it, I really want to challenge the entire group to think about this like economists and like very intellectually honest that externalities have costs. A choice not to price said cost is a policy decision, but it is a cost. And when you price it, it's going to increase the total overall cost. And so that's the debate that I'm hoping we're going to kind of move towards as well.
Yeah, no, that characterizes what I'm hoping to get at today very well. And I completely agree. In my mind, there's the externalities, but also the dead weight lost, going back to econ, but it really is trying to minimize that dead weight loss. And there's two different sides to that. So that is hopefully where this conversation will go. But are there any other questions or should I go ahead and? Okay, so we'll get into some examples. So I think if we can advance 2 more slides, please. Okay, so I did want to start off with GHG price formation today versus tomorrow. What I mean by today is based on the WEAM design we have today, which was done years ago rather quickly. But looking forward into EDAM, we know there is a change coming that was contemplated in the EDAM policy. So I wanted to at least set that framework. So today, the GHG component is actually subtracted out of LMPs that are external to the GHG area. That was done for a reason. Obviously, we don't want load that's not in a GHG area to bear the cost of that. And then obviously the resources still get compensated that are deemed to help serve load in the GHG area. But that's why today you see that negative GHG component in the external areas. Now, EDAM, that's going to flip. That is going to change. That was something that came out of the EDAM policy conversation. So, quote unquote, tomorrow under EDAM, the GHG component will actually be a positive value for resources inside the GHG area and 0 for resources outside. I did just want to tee that up just so you guys understand and the stakeholders can help, as we go through these examples, is that all the examples I'm about to present are assuming the EDAM policy. So that's why if you start wondering why are we seeing positive GHG components, not negative, that's why all these examples are based on the EDAM policy decision that was made. So the next slide is just a very high level setup that we created for the examples that we'll walk through. So essentially it's very simplistic. It really is to tee up some of these conversations and discussions. I am sure we can come up with very more complex scenarios, but I wanted to at least start here. So essentially there's 2 regions. There's a GHG regulated area, a non-GHG regulated area. You have resources in both, you have load in both. There's transfers between. We'll go through different examples where you have transfers going from the non-GHG area to the GHG area. We'll look at the pricing outcomes there. We have an example where there's no transfers between the two, and that one actually is to me anyways, it's an interesting price formation example. And then you'll have transfers going the other direction where you have transfers from the GHG regulated area into the non-GHG regulated area. We are making some very simplistic assumptions in these examples. We are assuming away any binding transfer constraints, congestion, or losses. And I will note that we did utilize, and I want to really thank the CAISO and all the work. I think it was probably George who spent quite a bit of time a while back putting together yes, George, okay. Putting together the CAISO's GHG pricing model in the EDAM policy phase. I leveraged that heavily for this. So that is where all these examples are coming from. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, oh, it's PDF. I had created animation, but that is okay. I was going to put a gold star on this one at the end, but this is a gold star in my mind anyways. So we're going to start there. So in this example, it is very, very simple. The generator B, which is in that non-GHG regulated area, is the marginal resource to help serve load in the GHG area. So this is the example where kind of the starting point example that you think of is we have transfers going from the non-GHG area into the GHG area. Again, generator B is the marginal resource. It has an energy offer of 30, and because it is external to the GHG area, it submits a separate GHG offer of $5. I will note and highlight that the energy offer in generator A, we are assuming it is an emitting resource because of, again, a decision that was made when WEEM was getting up and going, is those resources embed their GHG cost in their energy offer. So that $35, some portion of it is based on their energy costs, some portion of it is based on their GHG costs. We just don't know what that breakdown is. So in this example, you get the LMP in the GHG regulated area of 35, and that's based on the energy plus the GHG cost of the marginal resource generator B. And then in the non-GHG area, because that is not a regulated area, we don't want to expose that load to the GHG cost. The LMP out there is 30, and that again is based on the energy offer of generator B, who's the marginal resource. So you can see the different components here. The SMEC is the same in both. It's 30. The GHG component is that positive value of $5 in the GHG regulated area, again, based on the GHG offer of generator B. Again, gold star, proper price formation in this example. Let's start there. So in this, you can see that, okay, if there was 1 more megawatt of load to serve in load in the GHG regulated area, it's going to come from generator B, which means 1 additional WEEM transfer in. That will have a marginal cost of $5 as it relates to GHG. This to me makes sense. So I'm going to just move to the next example unless somebody has clarifying questions on how these are set up, just because it is kind of the basic setup as we move forward through all these examples. Hopefully I made it easy enough. Okay, cool. All right, next slide. Okay, so let's start with kind of an example that kind of begin to tee up some of the conversation or some of the questions in my mind that I've been wrestling with. So this is the exact same situation, but let's just say generator A actually had an energy offer of 36. So in this example, generator A is now marginal. Generator B is cheaper. It's going to be dispatched up to his PMAX. You have the transfers going into the GHG regulated area, but generator A is now marginal. What's interesting to me in this one is I think the LMP in the GHG regulated area makes sense. It's $36. It is based on that energy offer of generator A. But $31 is the LMP in the non-GHG regulated area. It's also the SMEC. So in my mind, I start to ask, does that make sense? The $31 mathematically comes from the difference between the $36 energy offer of generator A, which is the marginal resource, and the $5 GHG offer of generator B, which is dispatched up to its PMAX. It's not marginal. You can't get another megawatt from generator B. You can't increase 1 more transfer from the non-GHG regulated area into the GHG regulated area, but the market is printing a $31 LMP and a $31 SMEC based on the difference between those two offers. So that, and again, I'm not saying this is right, this is wrong, just highlighting that's how that $31 comes about. And then the GHG component in the GHG area is $5. Again, generator B is no longer marginal. We can't get any more transfers in. Generator A is marginal, but because of the way they embed their GHG costs with their energy offer, we have no idea what their GHG cost is. Maybe this makes sense if generator A's GHG cost is actually 5. But what if it's something else? What if it was 7? What if it was 4? What would we want that GHG cost component to represent? And we want it to have this direct relationship with the SMEC. It directly impacts the SMEC. So again, not saying I have any answers here, but just really teeing up these conversations. And maybe as I move through these examples, since this is the last of it, I'm going to call it quote unquote example 1, I'll pause for reaction. And really that's what I'm hoping to get out of stakeholders is what is you guys' reaction to this?
I'll go first. Kathleen from Vistra. Great examples. Thanks for building us up slowly. Appreciate it. So candidly, my reaction to this, I'm having a hard time not thinking about the FERC processes associated with establishing the GHG rules. There's some pretty dicey policy issues that were pretty vigorously debated, I believe, in that paper record. In a couple different iterations. So I want to make sure everyone has the context because you say what's the right. And so I think it bring back to when we say what's right. Well, there is actually some governing policy that we need to make sure everyone is aware of, right? And what the specific one that I'm reacting to is the LMP in the non-GHG area of $31. So the expectation and the way that like the regulators look at enforcing this GHG functionality is that there is environmental rules and programs within a control area, so a GHG control area. The implementation administration of that, let's say cap and trade pricing or carbon pricing in the markets was acceptable under a very specific condition. That condition is that it not impact any pricing in external areas. And so that is actually a very firm condition from FERC. I'm skeptical FERC is going to be open to understanding that this might occur. So what I see here is that the LMP in the non-GHG area, like if we walk through your scenario, Callie, so there's 100 megawatts of load, megawatt hours of load. Gen B gets inked up to serve that. And then the 200 megawatts transfers into the GHG area. So let's forget the GHG area for a second and just focus on our non-GHG. That non-GHG area was served by Gen B, which has an energy offer of $30. The actual cost of serving the non-GHG area without any pollution or impact from administering the environmental program in the GHG control area, there actually is a right answer to this question because it's physics. And that right answer is 30. So my reaction is that I don't think this example is consistent with FERC's expectation and direction on how the existing functionality would be operating. So I would think this would be a compliance issue, to be honest.
No, that's really good context and background there. Yeah, you're right. That 31, is it almost like a $1 leakage of the GHG
Yes.
cost is now being reflected in the external region, which obviously is not what we want. I think, I agree. Kind of the idea is we don't want any GHG costs being reflected in the price that load pays in the non-GHG region. That's a really good context. I appreciate that.
So I would need to do the math on this and noodle through it. Oh, Sylvie's View Act, California ISO. I would need to do the math on this and noodle through it a little bit more. But one reason you might see the $1 in the non-GHG area is because the generation in the non-GHG area in this example is the lowest, is the least cost for both load in the GHG area and the non-GHG area. No matter how you break it down, it's the cheapest. But there's not enough of it to go around, which means that there is an opportunity cost from deciding which load that megawatt of generation should serve. And that's reflected in the LMP for the load in the non-GHG area, where you're looking at the trade-off, who's going to have the largest marginal benefit from getting that megawatt of power.
Yeah, and happy to share I mean, obviously you have access to the solver. I can show you the setup I used to come up with this. But yeah, and do we want the LMPs to reflect that trade-off? Understanding that you could end up with this dollar additional cost in the non-GHG regulated area that, might be considered reflecting some GHG costs. I don't know. Again, these are all questions, great conversations, and things that we need to think through and discuss as a stakeholder community. Because I think we do have an opportunity at this juncture to really think about this and decide moving forward if we do want to make any additional changes to the EDAM design, obviously maybe after go live and we have some actual data to show what the pricing outcomes are. Oh, go ahead, Todd.
Todd Ryan, Pacific Gas and Electric. Feel free to punt this to another time, but I'm just curious if we knew Gen A's GHG costs were $0 or $16, just examples. Do you have an opinion on what the appropriate prices would be?
That is a great question, and that kind of gets to one of my kind of concluding asks of the CAISO is the solver is not set up that way right now for that functionality. I think there are a lot of benefits just having it broken out in general. Having everyone submit their energy and GHG offers separately, I think we'll get a lot more transparency. Whether or not that would change the LMP price formation outcomes, I don't know, but I think you do get an added layer of transparency there. And my ask, I guess, of the CAISO, and I'll reiterate it at the end, is to expand that solver so we can test that scenario.
Understood, but in this particular control, do you have an opinion if, say, Gen A were $0 GHG compliance cost or 16?
So if Gen A was 16, I would question why isn't the GHG component in the GHG area 5? Shouldn't it be 16? It just
Understood. Yeah.
I'm sure there's other questions right on the flip side that we can think through, but that would be my initial reaction. If it's 0, maybe 5 is appropriate. Maybe it should be 0 if we want it to represent the GHG cost of the actual marginal resource.
Thanks.
All great questions, and hopefully we can have conversations around that.
Before we move on, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, pivoting my thoughts more towards the GHG component. That discussion was very helpful. I agree with that kind of framing of we need to work through that. We have a large storage asset, which has no, conceptually, at least as I think of it today, I think of it as a $0 emission rate cost associated with it. So I appreciate the scenario. Do want to work through that today as we talk through this. What I want to flag, and I actually do have examples that get more at when there is not a when there's an infeasibility. So let's put that in the parking lot for now. Technically speaking, Gen B has been fully exhausted. It is no longer available for any increment, whether that's an increment on the transfer because it's exhausted, or it's an increment on the load. It's not there. So I think when I can get into some of the infeasibility, we might start to even pack on more to this, Callie, but my initial just want to flag, Gen B has been exhausted. It is not marginal either for an increment of a transfer megawatt hour or for any kind of megawatts inside the regulated area. And so that $5 isn't available to the market. And that's actually one of the questions that I'm going to tease out more. So I will just say we'll revisit that because that is one of the policy questions I wanted to bring up today as well. It is not there. And I'm struggling with that. And I wanted to know if you had a reaction.
No, that's why this is an interesting example to me, is that $5 GHG component that shows up in the GHG area, as well as the interaction it has with the SMEC and the LMP in the non-GHG area. it's not a marginal resource. It's no longer available. Maybe another interesting scenario would be to add another resource in the non-GHG regulated area and see, because then that could be a marginal resource, and see kind of the pricing outcome there. But that's my initial reaction on that one. Yeah.
Can I just reiterate, this stuff's not easy, so thank you.
Of course. Well, thank you, George, for putting the solver together. Okay, so moving on to the next example. One more. Okay, perfect. So this one is actually a really interesting example to me, and I will preface this with, I don't know if this pricing outcome is an edge case in the solver itself. I don't know if the market actually saw the situation, if this is what it would actually print. But when I saw this come out of the solver, I thought, oh, that's interesting. We need to talk through this. So this is an example where you actually don't have any transfers between the two areas. The load is low enough in both of those areas that it's being by resources in its area. So what you get, I think, is the overall LMPs, so that $35 in the GHG area and the 30 in the non-GHG area. To me, I think that makes complete sense. Both those resources are marginal to serve load in that area. It's the cheapest resource available to serve those load. Knowing that, obviously, the GHG regulated area has to incur that GHG cost. I think the price formation in the non-GHG area is also appropriate. Obviously, load is not being impacted at all by the GHG cost, and its GHG component is 0. That makes sense. But why do we have a $5 GHG component in the GHG area based on a resource in the non-GHG area, absent any transfers, knowing that Gen A still has additional capacity? So the next megawatt of load in the in the GHG area is going to come from Gen A. We have no transparency or visibility into what its GHG costs are because it's embedded in that $35. Maybe it's $6. Maybe it's $2. What do we want in this situation? What do we want? What do we think that GHG component in the GHG area should represent? I think the solver is assuming, or the way it's set up, because going back to what the CAISO presented a couple months ago, what the GHG cost today represents is that marginal cost of one additional transfer. So given that definition, and that's how the GHG market design was set up, it is representing that $5 GHG cost of the external region, because that's where one additional WEAM transfer would come in. But I think if there was more load, one more megawatt of load in the GHG regulated area, it wouldn't come from a transfer. It would come from Gen A. So this goes back to, I think, a higher level policy question. Do we want the GHG component to be directly tied to WEAM transfers, or do we want it to be tied to something else? But I thought this was an interesting case. I'll leave it there to reaction because, I don't know, it was just a fun one to work through.
Sylvia Spivak, CAISO. This is going to be an annoying response, but in general, I caution against extrapolating from simple examples like this. We almost never have an optimization hour moment when it's beautifully unconstrained. So there's always going to be something creating an opportunity cost here or there. In this case, the market is going to, because it's unconstrained, the market would look at all of this capacity and at first say, all right, what's just the cheapest? So it might dispatch the generator from the non-GHG regulation area in order to solve this problem and then backtrack if it needs to, which might explain why you see a $5 cost there. But also, for the GHG area, imagine that that generator costs $36. It doesn't matter if that generator is $30 of energy and $6 of compliance, or $10 of energy and the rest is compliance. What matters is that $36 is greater than $35. And so the generator in the non-GHG area is economic to serve as long as the price in the GHG area is higher.
Yeah, and that was my prior example is the Gen A had a $36 cost. What I'm trying to get at here is you have this situation where you have no transfers. And I understand it's a simplistic example, but I think it's really important we start there so we understand and we all are on the same page as to what this GHG component represents. And so in this scenario, the question is if that energy or if the Gen A had a GHG cost of $10 and an energy cost of 25, do we really still want the GHG component to be 5? And that's the question I'm just teeing up. Again, I don't have an answer. I don't have a formal opinion. It's just these examples, working through them have really highlighted some interesting price formation questions in my mind that I think obviously the more minds we have all on this, the better. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I do know these are simplistic examples, but we have to start somewhere. And so we're going to start there.
And I think what you're highlighting is a need for the next step to be thinking through what we call the export allocation constraint, which is something that the optimization calculates to tell us how many megawatts need to be attributed. If we're not attributing anything, there's no GHG marginal cost. But in this case, the optimization is decided. If it has a GHG marginal cost, it means it's decided to attribute something.
Oh, so no, in this example, there's no attribution. That's why this one was so interesting to me. You have no transfers. So like the actual output of the solver, I didn't want to throw it all up here, had no attribution at all. And this was the prices that we're seeing. But I agree. And you guys are all taking my my final slide points here. Yeah, I think we do need to expand the solver. Sorry, George, you just walked in. I'm putting more work on your plate. We are asking if the CAISO can expand that solver to include the net export, the EDAM constraint, to expand the functionality a little bit more so we can test some more complex scenarios. But again, I think it's really important we start with these more simplistic examples that really highlight some key questions in terms of price formation and what the market would be printing under different scenarios like this.
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I like doing the simple examples. It's helpful to think through. I also think that we could add on to not just doing the solver, but looking at some historical data. And so in the spirit of data analysis, kind of being probably what I'm cheerleading all day, is that, we have to remember that, within the WEAM today, all the WEAM areas have the ability to limit the transfers between other areas. And that includes the CAISO or any California WEAM BAA has that ability to limit or lock or completely zero out, to be perfectly honest. So there is a true use case for making sure we understand how the GHG pricing is done in the instance that the California WEAM areas do limit those transfers. And as I listen to this and think about it, just really reflecting back on, I believe it's this past summer in July when the CAISO did severely limit its transfers into its area. I don't remember the exact date, but it would be fantastic for the CAISO to use like a real business case of when that happened and to look at how your prices were set. Now, I understand EDAM is changing, and so we all have to struggle with that. But I would like us to try to root and ground all of this discussion as a next step in any kind of real business case we can find. And that's a really good one. And so I would look back at this past summer in July when that happened, and let's look at how price formation was impacted. That would be fantastic. Thanks, Callie.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Really interesting edge case. Two suggestions for investigation. One is that I think there's a tiebreaker in the solver that is implicit, and I can't remember which way it goes. And two, if they are identical, there's no gradient for like the simplex method to travel, so it's going to jump around, and there might be some like 1/1000th of a megawatt being attributed here that would cause the shadow price to be $5. So
yeah,
places to look.
That's why I preface this with, I don't know if this is what the market would actually print out. This is what I was seeing in the solver. And I don't know if George can, I'm not going to ask you to remember way back when what you set all those parameters to, but no, I completely agree. This might just be an edge case. It might just be an artifact of the solver. But kind of back to Kathleen's point, it would be nice to know maybe once EDAM is implemented to, or WEAM, if there are examples that we can lean on to help understand this. But all right, I will move on to the next example. So example 3 has transfers actually going the other direction. So in this example, Gen A is actually, Gen B is fully dispatched to serve its load in its own area, but it has higher load now. So it has to lean on Gen A to serve the rest of its load. So Gen A is now the marginal resource, and it's transferring 50 megawatts from the GHG regulated area into the non-GHG regulated area. Again, I think overall the LMP makes sense. It's $35. It's based on the marginal resource of Gen A. To me, that and the SMEC makes sense. In this example, though, the GHG component is 0. So this is the pricing outcome that I really want to highlight this question, and it comes down to what do we want that GHG component to represent? Obviously today it's based on the WEAM transfers. In this case, transfers are going the other direction. So that shadow price is 0. But Gen A is an emitting resource. It has a GHG cost associated with it. Obviously it's embedded in that $35 here. So I think this goes back to kind of one of the previous questions Todd raises. If Gen A actually separated out its bids, would we see a different price formation here? Would other changes in the market have to be made to get that extra layer of transparency? So this really this goes down to, do we want an additional layer of transparency in the GHG cost component, or are we okay with a 0? If we're all on the same page and we're okay with a 0, great. But in this scenario, we know that there's an emitting resource on the margin. It has a GHG cost component associated with, or a GHG cost associated. We just don't know what it is. All right, George.
This is George Angelidis. My apologies, I'm not even supposed to be here. I have another engagement just popped in, and maybe I shouldn't even be talking about this. I didn't see your presentation from the beginning, but I'm close to the topic. We have discussed it in the past, so I think I know what we're talking about. And I just wanted to point out, maybe to help this discussion, that what we call the marginal greenhouse gas component of the LMP is really the marginal greenhouse gas of imported energy. It doesn't relate to the greenhouse gas component of the energy bids of resources inside the greenhouse gas regulation area. So in an example where the greenhouse gas regulation area is a net exporter, you won't have a marginal greenhouse gas because you don't have a net import. In the case that you have a net import, then depending on what the attributions are for resources that are external and deemed for serving demand in the greenhouse gas regulation area, if the marginal resource there has an emission component, then you will see that greenhouse gas bid essentially being the greenhouse gas marginal cost for the greenhouse gas regulation area. That's in a very simple case where no other constraints are involved. As you have seen probably in the solver, if you have additional constraints involved, the relationship is a little bit more complicated. So from a transparency point of view, this duality of the price of the bid exists for external resources because they can serve external demand at one price, at one cost, but demand inside a greenhouse gas regulation area at a different cost because there is another imposed by the greenhouse gas regulation from that area. This duality does not exist for resources inside the greenhouse gas regulation area because of the particular regulation that says, even if you're exporting this energy, you're still subject to the greenhouse gas regulation. If that was not the case, and we had a regulatory agency that would exempt exported energy, let's say out of California, to be subject to the greenhouse gas regulation, then it would make sense to have the greenhouse gas bid component of the energy bid for internal resources being separate, because now that duality exists now for these resources as well, because internal demand will be served at the cost of the energy bid plus the greenhouse gas component. Whereas if they're deemed to serve load outside of the greenhouse gas regulation area, then the greenhouse gas component would not apply if they're deemed to an area that doesn't impose regulation on greenhouse gas. So it is a possible alternative depending on what is the regulation about. And, based on what the regulation of greenhouse gas imposed by CARB, exports are not exempted. That's why we didn't see the reason to separate the greenhouse gas component. The other issue is that even if we do the work and impose on participants to bid it separately, we still have to combine it for finding out what's the marginal price. The greenhouse gas component on the energy bid, even for the marginal resource, is not really a marginal greenhouse gas component. You can have, let's say you have a marginal resource inside the area that sets the price. Its greenhouse gas component, if you look at it, maybe it's $10, but maybe you have accepted another energy bid, lower overall price, with a greenhouse gas component of $15. So there is no such a notion that the greenhouse gas component of an internal marginal resource is really a marginal price. It is just a component that contributes to the marginal price. And having it separate, we don't believe that it will increase transparency because the bids are proprietary. They're not published anyway. We do publish energy bids after 6 months, but they're masked, to protect the proprietary nature of it. But it's really the entire bid price, the entire energy bid that matters, that forms the LMP. I think additional information on what was the particular greenhouse gas component of that marginal resource, I don't think it's relevant because it's not marginal. So sorry, I said too much.
No, I really appreciate it. And I don't disagree with anything you said. I think at the beginning, we started this framing that today the GHG cost component does represent the marginal GHG cost of WEEM transfers into California. That's where we started. So this is asking, is that what we want? Do we want additional layer of transparency? And I will say, I understand that the way it was set up today does because of the regulations we have in place today. But I think there's also other reasons why we might want to have them separate out the bids, and I'll get to those later. I think the transparency that I was talking about isn't necessarily what people are bidding the GHG cost is, but the transparency that we might get in this GHG component, right? So if the answer to our first question of, do we want that GHG cost to be directly tied to WEEM transfers is, well, maybe not. Maybe we want it to represent something else. That's a policy conversation we have to have. Okay, if we want it to represent something else, what do we want it to represent? And then maybe under that scenario, we would want this extra layer of transparency because the GHG cost component will represent something else. Completely agree with everything you said, that now we're just asking that question. We don't have an answer to it. It's just really looking at the scenarios in this case. Do we want it to be zero? Do we want it to show that in this very simplistic example, Gen A is the marginal resource. It's the marginal resource both on the GHG cost and the spec. Do we want to have its GHG costs represented or setting that GHG component? Does that extra layer of transparency provide information? And I think there are some use cases where people do pull the specific GHG component coming out of the CAISO market and use it when they make certain business decisions. So what do we want that number to represent? But again, completely agree. We're now kind of going back to that question and that initial design decision and asking ourselves, is this what we want going forward?
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Also don't have answers, only questions. And so can I lob on my questions? So I've been struggling a bit from the perspective of, supporting an entity that has internal to California assets. We've been receiving an LMP at our resource location that has no GHG price associated with it. So that is our status quo. That is changing, and you're showing how it's changing. And so as I have been struggling with, how do I communicate how price formation is going to evolve? That's like one of the things I need to struggle with. it is actually going to, I think, be difficult for me to explain this phenomena. So I wanted to frame this from, my context of trying to explain to an entity that has never seen a GHG that now, in some instances, we're going to have an LMP that has a GHG price, and some instances where we don't. And what it means when we don't is that it's either cleaner $0 GHG biz on the outside, or it is some internal resource that has some kind of, either it does or it doesn't, and I have no way of telling them. I literally have no way, with the way that you're showing this, to explain to my organization what is actually happening. And maybe that is not as important today because they've never seen that price. But now in the future, it's going to toggle between having a GHG, not having a GHG, and it is going to add some friction. And I know you're talking about use cases, but I wanted to bring up friction. It's going to cause some confusion in the market around what that price actually means. And so that's one of the things I'm struggling through as we think through this. I don't know the right answer. Like I said, no answers, just questions. I would say if it were consistent in both the internal and the external, it would be much easier as a market participant trying to understand the prices that we use to inform our business decisions. So I could at least use a consistent rule, regardless on if it was marginal internal or external. And I'm happy to take questions and kind of delve further into how difficult it can be sometimes to explain these things and work through them. But I wanted just to add that perspective.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, another really good point is today we're talking WEAM, we're talking real time. I think Todd mentioned it's 5-ish% of trades. Now we're talking day ahead. This is a significant amount of volume. The impact, the magnitude is going to exponentially increase, which I think right now is the opportune time that we have to really think through this. So I appreciate that context. All right, so moving on to the next, because I know this is taking probably longer than I thought, and I don't want to take away from your time, Kathleen. So moving on to the next couple examples. So this is actually a really interesting one. This is where we're talking that there is a non-emitting resource in the GHG area on the margin. And I apologize, there is a typo. This should be Gen C, not Gen A, because I think when I did the initial example setup, I said Gen C was the non-emitting resource. So I apologize for that. We can maybe correct it and repost later. But that aside, let's assume Gen A is non-emitting. In this example, if Gen A is on the margin and it's non-emitting, why do we have a GHG cost component? And the answer is because we have WEAM transfers coming in, but Gen B is fully dispatched up. It is no longer marginal. It cannot provide any additional transfers into the GHG regulated area, but yet our GHG component is still pulling that $5. And not only is it pulling the $5, it's now having that, again, that direct interaction with the SMEC. The SMEC is now based on the energy offer of Gen A at 50 minus the GHG cost of Gen B of 5. And that is where we're getting the SMEC from. And the LMP in the non-GHG area. So again, the LMP in the non-GHG area is being directly impacted by a GHG cost. This one may be in the opposite direction where it's actually lowering the LMP out there. But again, just a really interesting example in my mind, something that we should really think through, especially, as storage is becoming more and more frequently the marginal resource. This could be a realistic scenario that we see. And do we want this kind of pricing outcome? I don't know. Again, don't have answers, but something that I think that we need to think through and discuss, and maybe have again, another plug for the solver to be expanded a little bit more so we can test, play around with different scenarios. But very similar, I'll move to the next example because they are related. This is just flipping it. Now you have the non-emitting resource in the non-GHG area. Here again, I think the overall LMPs and the SMEC makes sense. It's $50. It is based on the marginal non-emitting resource in Gen B, which is the marginal resource to serve load. But the question is there any transparency lost here? Does it make sense for the GHG component to be 0, knowing that there is an emitting resource that's being used to serve load in the GHG regulated area? Right now, if you were just to look at the GHG component, you would think there is no emitting resource serving load in the GHG area. But we know that's probably not the case because you have Gen A being dispatched. So again, just questions to think through in terms of the pricing outcome, that hopefully these examples have just at least highlighted what we've been wrestling with in our minds in terms of what this price formation represents today, what do we want to represent tomorrow, and really start having those conversations. So I will just move on quickly to the next slide. This is just kind of a list of the observations that we've seen when we've been messing around with the solver. The GHG signal only occurs when you have transfers into the GHG area, or when there aren't any transfers between the areas at all. Again, that could just be an edge case, could just be an artifact of the solver. I don't know. Thought it was interesting, threw it up there. Whenever you have transfers going the other direction, there is no GHG signal. Is that what we want? I don't know. And then the SMEC always seems to be based on the marginal unit's energy cost minus the GHG cost of the resource in the non-GHG area. Is that an appropriate interaction that we want? Do we want the SMEC to be directly impacted by that? So again, I won't go through all of them, but this is our initial list of some observations. As others maybe mess around with the solver, play around with it a little more, any other observations you have, maybe we can start kind of coming up with a list of this. Or if the CAISO kind of dives into some of the price formation that we've actually seen in the market, that might highlight other issues. But just wanted to at least start kind of creating this list of observations that really kind of initiate the conversations. And I'll wrap up real quickly into topic 4, some outstanding policy questions. I've reiterated these, I think, throughout the presentation, so I won't go through them again. But the big question that we have, if you want to advance a couple slides, is what do we want that GHG cost component to represent? We know what it represents today, and that was a policy decision that was consciously made. So again, not saying it's wrong, but that was what was decided. Do we want that to continue? Do we want something else, knowing that EDAM is coming, but not only EDAM, but we have more GHG regulated areas coming into the market likely. Which brings me to that second point here. What additional benefit would be gained if we actually do have everyone separate out their energy and their GHG cost? I know when you're looking at the total cost to serve load in a GHG area, using resources in that area, it doesn't matter in terms of what the market uses to calculate the cost, but it does matter in terms of what those underlying components end up being. I also think, kind of going back to the idea of friction, I think when we look at potentially Washington also joining and it having its own GHG regulations, and at some point maybe they are linked. Bidding, if you are a resource situated in any of those areas, bidding into this market where you're going to be, let's say you're in California, you're going to be embedding your GHG cost to serve load in California in your energy offer, but maybe you have additional capacity and you're willing to also serve load in Washington. You have to submit a separate Washington GHG bid. Well, what if it's lower than your cost in California? What does a negative GHG bid even mean to serve load in Washington? What is that going to do to the market price formation? Because really that bid is going to be relative to your cost to serve load in California. And, obviously the flip is true for resources in Washington. So looking at that potential future, just separating out the offers for all resources, I think would help a lot with that friction. It might gain us some additional benefit in terms of price transparency. We might see different price formation come out of the market that is a little bit more intuitive to interpret. So when people are making their business decisions or pulling this information in to evaluate contracting opportunities, it's easily understood what it represents, and it can help really inform and shape those long-term investments, which again, in the long run, benefit everyone in the market. So I will finish up with my asks of the CAISO, although I think through these conversations, they've already come out. George has left the room. So unfortunately, Anya, if you can relay this to George, we would like to see that model updated. I know he did it, and it was super helpful during the EDAM policy phase. It was super helpful for me to kind of put these simplistic examples together to start this conversation. Obviously, the final EDAM design had additional tweaks. I think it would be useful for more functionality to put in there. I kind of made a couple suggestions here of what could be included in that solver so that we can really kind of start playing around with different scenarios, seeing if, seeing if by separating out the bids or having different formation in that solver, maybe the ultimate price formation isn't what we thought it would be. And then we're back to, okay, we're fine with what we have today. But it's an unknown. So I think that would be really helpful to have an updated and enhanced modeling capabilities. And then maybe once we have some more examples, more complex scenarios, we can come back as a group and kind of go through those examples and have kind of continue these conversations. But that is it. I apologize. I think I took time from Kathleen.
Kelly, I just have a couple, this is Ani Gilbert with the ISO, just some final kind of thoughts and pieces of feedback. Thanks so much for your presentation. I agree, kind of needing to continue this conversation, hopefully getting George's feedback on some of those solver edge cases is going to be helpful. Wanted to kind of react to some of your comments around Washington's participation in EDAM and their costs of compliance potentially being negative. Just want to kind of reiterate that until the programs are linked, there's going to be different costs of compliance, and it would be additive for each of those areas. So even if Washington's costs are lower than that of California, it would still be added on because the regions aren't recognizing each other's costs of compliance. Once there is linkage and recognition of those costs of compliance, it'd be kind of the same cost for each region. So just wanted to clarify that for the audience, and looking forward to continuing this conversation. So thanks so much for the examples.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, looking into the future of linked programs, like this is a question in my mind. And I think they are starting that conversation. I don't know kind of what the timeline is, and it could be that on day one of EDAM, they might be linked. I don't think that's actually realistic based on what I've heard lately, but it might not be shortly after. But yeah, I think though we need to look at that potential future, because if there's no harm in maybe doing that additional functionality today, but there's a lot of benefit, under a future, environment, then maybe it makes sense to do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and that's helpful. And I think something that I'd love to hear maybe a little bit more about from stakeholders in comments is around just the benefits that having that transparency around the GHG cost provides in those business decisions and what that looks like. Just more transparency there would be helpful for us to understand the benefits. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
On that point, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So real quickly before we move off of your presentation, with the example where the SMEC is not representing any energy offer that was submitted by any resource, I can just make that super tangible, Anya. That's going to be really, really hard for anyone to understand. Point blank, period, move on. SMEC means something. Marginal energy cost means something. It's going to be incredibly, incredibly hard for this industry to move to understand it means something different, right, in the future. And so it's going to cause a lot of confusion, and that's going to make things less cost effective. It's going to make decarbonization more expensive, my friend Todd. When things get confusing, that's not great. That causes friction, that causes uncertainty, that causes risk adders, that causes a lot of things. When things become non-transparent and opaque, that's when we start to see other costs that we honestly would like to not see in our markets. But I just want to make sure everyone is really clear in the CAISO as well that that does not make sense to a market participant who's ever been trained in how energy markets work. Marginal energy costs mean something. So in that situation and example that I'm so grateful you provided, that's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night, honestly, that I have nightmares about. That you have pricing that does not make sense. That means something that people cannot intuit it, cannot understand, cannot make business decisions off of, because we have now going forward, I'm going to have to tell everyone SMEC no longer means the marginal energy cost. And we're going to have to figure out how to build adders and uncertainties around that. And that's just how it works.
All right, thanks, Callie. And I think we're going into a break, so let's shorten the break and just take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and hear from Kathleen from Vistra. All right, everyone, welcome back from break. We have Kathleen up here joining us, and I'm going to turn things over to her for her presentation on problem statements 1 through 3, which go over impacts to the optimization. So, take it away, Kathleen.
Thank you, Isabella. I appreciate that. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. If we can move forward. So we kind of broke up consolidated problem statements 1 through 3 between Todd and myself. So Todd tackled it, and we got a little bit of a break in between. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is just a rough overview of what I'm going to walk through. I'm not going to talk through it to save time. Next slide. So this is something that Todd and I collaborated on as the co-sponsors for consolidated problem statement 1 through 3. What we did is we took the 3 problem statements, talked about it, discussed with a few different folks, kind of what might be a good way to synthesize this into a single consolidated problem statement. What you see is those 3 previous problem statements converging on the right into gray for a consolidated problem statement. We believe it captures those 3. Very happy to get feedback from stakeholders at the CAISO if that's something that you're going to ask for comments on. And if there is any feedback where you feel like we've dropped something, I promise that was inadvertent. And we would love for, we'll see those comments. And if so, we'll continue to kind of reiterate, and or if the CAISO wants to take this and kind of just make it your own process to update, we're happy to do that too. But we wanted to help move the ball forward in recognition that we're consolidating these problem statements largely because there's a simpler way to talk about it, which is what are the potential limitations with the optimization and how the GHG functionality is impacting market outcomes. Callie talked about pricing, super helpful. I'm not going to focus on pricing. I would say as a next step for what, Todd and I are laying down is those are great next conversations. There's more information, more analysis, more data needed. We're just trying to provide more context around this consolidated problem statement. The numbers you see on the right tee up whether there are issues with identifying available surplus, i.e. how's the counterfactual working. The second one is how the pricing the GHG. I think some of that actually does overlay with what we just discussed. Some of it's going to be a little nuanced and different, and so did add some context for that here. The last one on failing to take explicit cost of secondary dispatch, we already discussed this morning in Todd's presentation. So again, trying to be inclusive and appreciate understanding. Next slide. I'm not going to walk through this, but this is a mapping of the scenarios that I have in the rest of my presentation. I'm going to be setting up those scenarios, but it's generally those 3 buckets that we've talked about: accurate counterfactuals, insufficient GHG bid conditions, and accurate deeming. Next slide. Just very briefly on my caveats. I also used the solver that was provided in July of 2022. I wanted to be clear about that because I recognize that we are knee-deep in implementation of EDAM and that the CAISO is doing a lot of effort and work on that side. So if anything has changed from an implementation decision from July 2022 until today, it's not going to be reflected in my scenarios. So echo Callie's ask for, even if it's not, I have a couple tiers of requests on the solver update. One is just to confirm it's still accurate to what you have implemented. And I hope that's a baseline request that we could have done afterwards. And then adding some of the additional ways of looking at things would be helpful just to test whether or not changes would even improve kind of how a market participant might participate and understand the market. So I'll echo that. There's also, I want to be clear that the solver does not handle boundary conditions. So when what I mean by that is when the result is infeasible and there is the shadow price is calculated around that. We're going to talk about that when I get to those scenarios, but I did want to be clear that the solver does not do that. And so I provided kind of a range of what that might look like and can explain that when we get there. But that would be whether it's in a solver that's updated or it's just examples that kind of go through what that, the result in those boundary conditions. That would be very helpful as a next step too. My last caveat is a thank you to the entities that I used as my examples. Rather than doing kind of A, B, and C, I wanted to ground this in a little bit more reality. And so I My scenarios use collective California Balancing Authority areas for GHG kind of regulation area proxy. And it also uses Pacific Core and Idaho Power. These are illustrative. They are not intended to be like, what are you guys investing in? What are your actual assets? I just really thank you up front for letting me make this more tangible to myself and to everyone else, but I appreciate your understanding. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so let's start with my scenarios are in 3 different sections. The first section is going to be looking into identifying surplus due to a counterfactual run. Next slide. So this consolidated problem statement includes a request to analyze whether defining the counterfactual at a balancing authority area or a balancing authority area grouping would improve efficiency and the reasonableness of the market outcome rather than performing the counterfactual, which is done through the GHG reference pass on a non-GHG area across all of the BAAs in a single non-GHG area BAA group. I understand that the planned implementation is to do that non-GHG area reference pass level. So there's effectively kind of performing a 2-system problem, which we'll talk about. And I'm going to disclaim I'm watching the 3-system problem, which it infected me when I did these slides. Great TV show. Anyway, but what I wanted to acknowledge up front is I think that ISO is moving your GHG functionality design in a positive direction. So sometimes that gets lost when we ask questions or have confusion or concerns. So I want to start with, I do think that we are moving directionally in a better direction. And one of the ways that I see, and I've been very happy about, is that you're affording the ability for EDAM and WEIM entities to have more flexibility in defining what loads and resources are located in the GHG regulation area. And that's really important from some of the prior presentations we've seen about how different prospective entities operate and manage their system. So kudos there. I'm very happy about that. What is implicit in this scenario is, okay, we're going to do that flexibility for the GHG area. Why not the non-GHG area? Why don't we root how we think about it from how the entities in the non-GHG area actually operate and what their needs are and how they're going to view the market outcomes? So the planned implementation includes various counterfactuals that also blend approaches. So another thing I really want to caveat before we go into these scenarios is that in the integrated forward market, so under EDAM, the counterfactual would be produced by that GHG reference pass, effectively creating a non-GHG area group of all the BAAs with, I understand some transfers may be enforced, but for the purposes of the discussion, it's effectively a group of non-GHG area BAAs. In the I'm just going to use 15-minute market and put 5-minute market to the side because I wanted to illustrate that there's going to be differences between the WEIM entities based on the current planned implementation. Entities that are EDAM area BAAs are going to have their counterfactuals that have been produced based on assuming that they are operating in a coordinated fashion across all non-GHG areas, which is what the reference pass does, right? Versus WEIM only BAAs that are going to have a base schedule. That base schedule is going to be representative of them planning for their system on their individual BAA basis, or if it happens to be the case of a market participant that is managing across more than one BAA on a coordinated perspective, then it would be a BAA group that they're managing. And I wanted, and yes, and I'll ask for, see if there's any questions or comments or clarifications would be helpful. This is my understanding and it underpins the scenarios. So I will open up to see if there's anything to add.
Thanks for the your framing. This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Just wanted to provide some feedback on your section around allowing transfers between non-GHG BAAs. That's correct. You know, you're optimizing for that non-GHG area in terms of how would that area be served absent GHG policy, and that's why that grouping is in place. I did want to provide a clarification on the assumption that clean emitting resources headroom is first attributed to external areas before the GHG area. attribution really only occurs to a GHG area, and then the optimization only looks at the energy bid. So it's really just looking at least cost from an energy perspective. So it could be that you have low priced coal, or you could have low priced renewables. And so just wanted to provide that feedback on your sub-bullet on that assumption. It's really not based on clean resources being attributed first. There's no attribution that occurs to that area. And then it's all the energy, all based on the energy bid. So it could be low priced coal or another resource, or low priced energy. But
And thank you very much, Anya. I think in a different slide, I have cleaner parentheses cheaper. Should have put that here. And that's additional clarification that's very important. My scenarios are going to explain why I view it as the additional cheaper headroom is being afforded first, the external areas before California or Washington if it's implemented. And that's the purpose of my scenario. So let's keep moving. Next slide, please. I've already mentioned the flexibility. Essentially what I'm putting on the table is you're affording flexibility to define what's in the GHG area. Do we also need to do that on the non-GHG area? My hypothesis is it's based on how non-GHG area BAAs actually operate. And so that's what this scenario is trying to tease out. I am essentially structuring kind of a comparison of a two-system scenario, a GHG area versus a non-GHG area, which is the planned implementation, versus what I'm kind of calling a three-system or a BAA or BAA group level reference pass that would potentially allow, in this scenario, there's only three, which is why it's a three-system to keep it simple, defining market participants external to say, no, I don't coordinate with this other entity. So I coordinate on my own. I need my own area. Another market participant says, hey, no, I do coordinate across a couple of BAs, so I'm good with that. Let's do this together. Gives them the flexibility to inform the CAISO how they look at how they look at establishing their baselines and then evaluating what is quote unquote incremental market purchases, which is important from a reporting perspective. So let's move on to the next slide. Scenario one is a hypothetical where I'm trying to build out that everything external to the GHG control area is the non-GHG BAs are viewed as a single group. In theory, the collective BAs would be indifferent to being evaluated as a BAA group for purposes because they may evaluate participation on a system basis. This assumes the BAAs group is single GHG area group of BAAs within the GHG area. I'm keeping this simple of assuming that's basically California. So all California BAAs located within BAA. My first scenario, I'm going to look at, and I wanted to talk about it from the perspective of PacifiCorp. If the only entity participating in EDAM is PacifiCorp, we have PacifiCorp West and PacifiCorp East. They do manage that as a system. This is my perfect scenario of that makes sense, right? Scenario two, we're going to build off of that and say, okay, but what if we add more EDAM market participants, which is what we want. So if we have more EDAM market participants, now how do the results change if you assume that they're indifferent to how the market payments are exchanged between themselves and between both of those entities, or if they're not? And this is really the premise of my scenario. Are you indifferent to who the winner and loser is from a market outcome perspective or not? And I will just ask if we can keep moving on for sake of time. Next slide. Okay, so let's start with the base. We have BAA in orange, and that's all of the hypothetical California GHG control area. BAB, which I'm showing in purple, is, let's say, hypothetically PacifiCorp West, and BAC, which is in blue, is PacifiCorp East. So if this is a simple example where in EDAM we have California and we have PacifiCorp, PacifiCorp has already presented in this working group series about how they manage themselves as a system across their entire fleet, and they have some complex ways of having to report with the different importing into different GHG areas. Under this scenario, frankly, it does appear reasonable to perform a non-GHG area level pass because PacifiCorp manages both of those BAAs as a system. So what is eligible to be deemed, which I'm showing here in the second row. So I'll just kind of build out my table. The first line is counterfactual. So what is the result of that reference pass? This is a two-system scenario. And again, that's assuming that everything is non-GHG area level pass. You have G3 that has an energy offer of $20, GHG offer of 0, collectively 20. You have G2 that has an energy offer of 70 and a GHG of 5, collectively 75. G3 is the most economic, just cheaper. It is going to receive the counterfactual result. So it is going to be scheduled in the counterfactual at 200 megawatts to serve the load in both the BAA-B and BAA-C. If you're coordinating across that region, both of those BAs, that's totally fine. That's the best outcome, right? And so the rest of this flows down from there. The GHG limit, what could be incrementally attributed, is 0 for BAA-C. They're not eligible to be attributed anything because they are serving load in BAA-C as well as BAA-B. And so when in my earlier slide, talked about we need to recognize that the more economic resources are first going to be allocated towards the non-GHG area. This is why, because that is performed on a coordinated assumption. In this scenario, our G2 has no counterfactual, so it has a Pmax of 300. It can still receive an attribution if it's needed to serve the GHG area of up to 300 megawatts. Its dispatch is 150 and its attribution is 150. However, if you look at my transfer paths, you'll see that BAC is really transferring to BAA-B 100 megawatts. Of that would be an incremental from the two, so 200 megawatts of counterfactual, 100 megawatt to serve BAC, 100 megawatts to serve BAB. So we need to recognize that there's actually a transfer from BAC to BAB. BAB will then transfer 150 megawatts to BAA in this result, and 150 megawatts will be attributed to BAB. When you move through the math, and again, I'm not focusing on pricing, so just the bottom line outcome of this is that you have an energy payment and you have an attribution payment where the BAB receives an attribution payment, but BAC does not. The outcome is different from an energy perspective as well, because BAB has been inked up to 200 and BAB is only awarded 150 megawatts. The focus of these examples is, and this is coming from that same solver that we discussed, but the focus of the example is what changes. So the premise of this is, right now it's simple and PAC is indifferent to the fact that PAC West got $750 for its attribution versus PAC East. This is the market outcome. If they manage it on a system basis, they're fine with that. Can we go to the next slide? So now let's make it more complicated and let's add another BAA. We've got another EDAM market participant. Yay. And so now we've added Idaho Power. Idaho Power is now represented in BAC. So it's going to be the blue. And in BAB, again, back on this idea of if you afford the flexibility for the participants to define their areas, then they can absolutely PAC and say, I manage PAC East and PAC West as one region. Please do a grouping for me in the reference pass. Easy peasy. So BAB is now the combined BA group of both of their BAAs that they manage on a system basis. It's the same result that we saw before. I'm just changing the market participants and how they look at and how I believe they look at their business. And encouraging us to think about this from the perspective of we want more market participants in order to increase benefits and value. Next slide. Now I've adjusted the counterfactual. So what we're looking at here is saying, let's give them the flexibility to say, no, I operate my area on my own. And so in this, you change the counterfactual pass to a BA or BA group as requested It shifts from G3 fully having a counterfactual of 200 to 100. So that drops by 100 megawatts. How does that impact the next line? Well, now it has 100 megawatts that's free for attribution. This is changing that implicit element of the planned implementation and or policy decision. It's a little, honestly, hard for me to tell if the CAISO intends for this to be the outcome, which is why I put the scenario out there. But I agree, this is the planned implementation, and this is what would happen. If you change the planned implementation and do it on a BA level, you do not necessarily allocate the cheaper, more economic, or cleaner, resource to the non-GHG area. You actually open up some of that resource to be able to be attributed into the GHG area if that is what's needed. In BAB, because now it is managed as a collective system, it has 100 megawatts of load, and 100 megawatts of that G2 is going to be scheduled in the counterfactual to serve that load. That limits the GHG at what could be attributed down to 200 for that resource. The result of the dispatch is going to be the same, but what is attributed changes. So what can now be attributed, and the reason I'm trying to highlight that is because the GHG functionality changes what's attributed, but it does not necessarily change the actual flows. So it's important to keep that in our mind. Like power actually had to flow that way in order for it to get to BAA, right? All we're changing is attribution here in this scenario. So you can see that by the red. So in the GHG attribution, BAC is the more economic offer. And so it is, of course, inked up in its dispatch to 200, but it's now attributed for 100 megawatts. In BAB, it is still the same award of 150 megawatts, but only 50 megawatts are attributed. 150 is still flowing, but we've changed the amounts that are attributed, as you can see in red. So the flow from BAC to BAB is now going to be attributed 100 megawatts. The flow from BAB to BAC, that's incremental, that will be attributed to BAB is going to be 50. What this means, what this actually does is it changes the market payments to those entities in a fundamental way. In the prior scenario where we said we're going to do the non-GHG pass, if you're indifferent and all you care about is the collective payment, you're indifferent, you don't care necessarily which BAA. But now we have different market participants. And so the policy question that I think we need to struggle with here in this effort is, if you were to change your implementation to a BAA level pass, Idaho Power would have received that additional $500. PacifiCorp would have received $500 less. What do we believe is the just and reasonable outcome for these entities? In addition to the question of just what's JNR, is what actually increases benefits to make this market an attractive offering for market participants so that we can further everyone's collective goals. Next slide. So I'm going to actually pose a couple questions and see if I can get any bites on this now that I've gone through my scenarios. Does anyone have a reaction to this scenario? The idea of BAC is actually providing that 100 megawatt that eventually sinks into the GHG area. Under the current implementation, it gets no GHG attribution versus if you were to change it. Can I open up and see if there's any questions or responses?
Yeah, hi, this is Callie Wells with WPTF. So I think what you're getting at is kind of something that we talked about through the EDAM policy phase was what's the appropriate counterfactual, because it does have an impact. And I think your example illustrates this really well. It does have an impact to the attribution. So am I correct in understanding that it doesn't necessarily, so your two scenarios doesn't necessarily change the amount of capacity or megawatts that can ultimately be attributed, but it changes where they come from. And so if I'm a BAA that is in the Southwest and the only other operator or participating BAA is in the Northwest, it assumes that if I have all my renewables is first going to go to that entity in the Northwest. Let's say it's a non-GHG area, which then takes away my opportunity to serve load in the GHG area and get those additional revenues.
That is correct.
Okay. My initial reaction, and I'm not just, I don't expect like a response or an answer right here, is I do think then this also plays into the impact on pricing. So I think this is the first level question is what counterfactual do we feel appropriately mimics where that energy should first be assumed it's serving load in which area, and then get into the impact that has. So yeah, I think it's an interesting question. It was obviously something we discussed a lot in the EDM policy phase.
Thanks, Kathleen. This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Just wanted to flag, one potential impact of dividing it up at the BAA level could be higher costs. And by having it at the non-GHG area, you're just looking at the energy bid and you're dispatching based on least cost. There are tools in place for entities to control their GHG attribution, including the GHG bid adder itself, and also committed capacity. And as a reminder, if resources have committed capacity to a GHG area, that EDM entity would need to notify the CAISO so that we could exclude those resources from the counterfactual, meaning the counterfactual would be zero, and those resources could be fully attributed. So just wanted to provide a little background on kind of the cost component when those BAAs, when the counterfactual is divided by BAA, and the tools in place to manage attribution at the resource level. Thanks.
Can I react to that real quick? So yeah, I think in the example I was thinking it would probably increase prices, which would increase costs, but maybe increased cost isn't, maybe it's getting at the more accurate cost. Maybe today the idea is maybe the cost would be too low and it's really pulling in those externalities. I think that's the question in the conversation that's worth having. It's not, we shouldn't be, I think, worried about always increasing costs. Obviously, we want the least cost dispatch, but we also want the optimization to accurately represent, I think, all the programs and the regulations out there. So I think it's really getting at what is the accurate counterfactual. And then we'd have to get comfortable with the impact on cost. And I think that's where Todd's initial question is, okay, so if we want to look at changing the counterfactual to get a more accurate representation, yes, it's going to increase prices. Is that extra cost worth the benefit? And so I think that all kind of flows together. And that's the question that we have to have, or the conversation.
I think the pricing impact actually is uncertain in some cases, or depending on the zone. Sorry, again, this is Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. So one concern we had when in the policy phase of EDAM was, let's say that the GHG limit in balancing area B were significantly lower than balancing area C. You could get a situation where having a grouped of B and C counterfactual would commit all of balancing area C's surplus supply and leave very little to none available for attribution or serving load into the GHG area. And so, again, another policy aspect worth discussion, whether that's the right outcome or not, is subjective.
I really appreciate that. I intentionally structured this scenario to not change the total cost of the solution because I wanted to highlight a specific issue of transferring payments between entities on the outside. But I agree there, and so this is specifically structured to do that. If you had changed what would set the marginal GHG price, and so you're changing that, which I held constant, it does change those things. And I think that's very, and it could likely increase costs into the GHG area. And that's something that, back on Todd's earlier examples, that's something we need to be mindful of. The other thing I want to just react to, if it's all right, is I really think there's two things. One, some of these, and I am going to get over my skis, so if there's anyone who's more on the environmental policy side that wants to clarify, happy to. But my understanding is that under that framework, there is a component of it where you have kind of a forecast or an estimation of what your supply is going to be to serve your area, whether that's individual or a system mix basis. And that a part of the reporting and kind of compliance framework does require identifying what's an incremental market purchase. And so when I think about this reference pass, first and foremost, if that's what's needed, we need to think about that. This feedback that we need from stakeholders. I'm not an environmental policy expert. That's not my space. So I do need folks who have that expertise to provide some feedback on if that really matters. And if that matters for that program administration, then the counterfactual needs to be able to say, okay, I am complying for my area. What's my baseline? How do I get to that estimate of incremental market purchases? If you're coordinating across the entire non-GHA area and you don't need to know that, then we need that feedback that they don't need to know that. Step one. The second thing is what's built into that, you're actually conflating. So when you say lower cost, what I hear is there is a potential benefit of market coordination, whether it's EDAM or WEIM, that comes from the ability to have some economic displacement in the market. Quantifying that economic displacement, which is done through the EIM benefit study, and we're going to have an EDAM benefit study, I believe, to kind of quantify what EDAM benefits are providing. That does actually need to get to this answer, regardless of the environmental program. That study and those results needs to say, absent of participating in EDAM, if you were to manage on your own basis, whatever that means, BAA or BA group, what's your baseline and how do we identify the benefits? If you set your counterfactual wrong, if you set your counterfactual in a way that doesn't capture the reality of how they view those benefits, then you actually might reduce the benefits that you're going to report out on EDAM. And you're going to send a signal that may not incentivize EDAM to be as successful as possible. So from my perspective, I think that matters. I wanted to make sure we all understand that yes, costs might be quote unquote lower in some scenarios, but that's because of the value of EDAM. So we don't want to bury our value assessment in the reference pass. We want the reference pass to kind of give us that baseline so that we can truly report out what value and benefits EDAM's bringing if we want to incentivize it. Any other questions or reactions?
Yeah, we have a hand online from Mary Winkie.
Yeah, thanks. This is Mary Minky from the Public Generating Pool. Kathleen, I think I have a reaction to that, and then I have a question for you. I do think it's important to think through how BAAs are gonna manage their own compliance obligations and their own reporting, and what incentives we're creating in terms of those entities' management of their own requirements, and that if they don't have enough autonomy or ability to manage their sort of home requirements, that could lead to kind of conservative bidding activity in terms of what's being made available for attribution to the DHG zone. So I think just emphasizing what you were just saying about sort of thinking through that. So that's my comment. But then my question too is for you in thinking through kind of, if I'm understanding what you're pointing out here is about sort of accuracy of attribution and where the energy is coming from, and that this kind of consolidated BAA reference pass can potentially produce what might be seen as inaccuracies. But I'm also curious what the impact is to kind of the quantity of available supply for the GHG zone. Is there more available supply if we do this, bigger pool reference pass? Are we more limited if we do it by each BAA? Like, I'm just trying to think about it through that lens. And if you could respond, that'd be helpful. I don't even know if it's a relevant lens to look at, but I'm just kind of curious how you think about sort of what incentive this creates in terms of what available supply, what of supply will be made available to the GHG zone. I hope you can understand the
no,
question
no.
I'm asking.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mary. Really appreciate it. I ran a lot of different iterations of these scenarios. So this is not incorporated in the slides, but here's my reaction to this is I didn't notice the quantity of available supply changing into the GHG area as far as like an energy transfers. And I kind of tried to focus on that because I didn't want to get into energy insufficiency in addition to GHG insufficiency. But so if trying to hold that constant and noting their boundary conditions and edge cases that I think it's possible, maybe what you're posing, but I wanted to share with you what I did notice. What I did notice transparently is that the more economic resources are deemed, and I'm going to say deemed through the counterfactual to the external area first. That's likely to have a higher cost on the GHG area in most conditions. And it results in an outcome that I actually think has higher costs in most, and that's my intuition. And I had a lot of scenarios that worked out that way. So my request for this as far as the next step is this is a simple solver. I want to be super transparent. Simple solver, results are very simple. What we need is the CAISO to take this concern and take a look at it from your expertise and unpack what those trends might actually be. And I think that's the information that we need to move forward. I definitely saw instances where the GHG area is worse off relative to the externals from just that perspective of that they're having to rely on higher incremented and higher expensive assets because the others are being deemed to the non-GHG. But that is why I wanted to pose it for CAISO to investigate this concern.
Sure. This is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO. Again, I want to kind of correct that statement about deemed to the non-GHG. Again, it's only those non-GHG resources in the non-GHG area are only deemed when serving kind of a GHG region. I also want to kind of root us back in kind of the principles for GHG design, which was really around, any sort of GHG policy shouldn't directly or indirectly impact a non-GHG region. And so by looking at that counterfactual at the non-GHG region, you're only looking at the energy bid and you're minimizing costs across that region. And again, root us in the tools that are available to manage attribution, again, with contracted capacity, being able to be fully attributed, and the use of GHG bid adders. So want to highlight kind of where we landed with those principles of not impacting non-GHG regions areas in terms of any sort of direct or indirect GHG cost. Thanks.
Thank you. And so I will not say deem, but I am going to say allocate. The counterfactual does allocate capacity to the non-GHG area.
Or said, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric, or said another way, the dispatch, the day ahead dispatch or real-time dispatch would be constrained from dispatching those units into a GHG zone because the counterfactual has shown them serving non-GHG load, even if that non-GHG load is not their native load.
That's correct. Yes, Callie.
Sorry, so I think maybe the simple question we need to ask ourselves is that what we want? Do we want to assume a resource in the north is serving load in the south first, just because it so happens to be both of those areas are non-GHG? I think that's what the main question that we're trying to think through.
Yes, and the equity question, because that's important to us, is that there is an impact on those non-GHG areas. So if you go back one slide, just so we're crystal clear, there is definitely an impact of implementing and administering the GHG program in this way on these areas. One area receives a higher payment than another area. So there's a winner and loser in this instance that changes depending on how it's implemented. So I just want to kind of caveat, there is definitely an impact, and that's what we're asking the CAISO to investigate. And looking at it from the perspective of, are these entities indifferent? Or is this something that will chill someone wanting to participate in this market? Because there's another very practical thing of, is there development going on? And there is, but is there development going on outside of the GHG area that not only, we were talking about how market prices impact development decisions, there's development going on that is looking at the LMPs that include a GHG component. It's looking at what is the profitability of that under our current design. That current design uses base schedules that assumes a BAA level or a BAA group. So the potential value of development and meeting some of those RPS goals outside of California actually are going to be impacted by this design, because developers are going to see how the revenue and potential for that development might change. So if this reduces the amount of inframarginal GHG payments that are forecasted for resource development in, let's say, Nevada, just picking it, in Nevada, that is going to change the cost of building in Nevada. That's going to change how people look at that. So I asked Todd, and I challenged Todd to think about it from this perspective, but we need to remember these prices have real impacts on long-term investments. And there is a very widespread, larger goal across the entire West that has some impacts from how different areas are trying to transition their fleets or change their operations. So yes, we need to not impact them. We need to make sure that the outcome is just and reasonable. These are just questions. I'm not presuming the right outcome. I mostly actually just wanted transparency so all the market participants understood that this is what I think will happen. So thank you. With that, I'd like to move on to my next section. Two more slides. I'm going to skip. We talked through that. Great. Okay. So let me jump back in. So the next one is getting back at kind of pivoting from the counter. So moving forward, all of my scenarios are two system. I don't bring the BAA question back in. I appreciate spending a lot of time on it because I did want to make sure it was well socialized. Next, I want to talk about my second biggest concern has to do with what happens when we have insufficient greenhouse gas bids. Now, I very explicitly am assuming we are not short energy. We have sufficient capacity to meet the energy requirements. We just don't have sufficient bid in GHG bids to serve these areas. So in the scenarios that are going to follow, so here's a couple like guiding maybe assumptions. One, like any constraint, there are instances where this will bind when there may be insufficient GHG bids, even while there is sufficient energy bids. So we're sufficient energy, we have those energy transfers, but we don't have it to attribute all that would be needed. When there is insufficient GHG bids, this can lead to inefficient market outcomes where resources are paid less than they should be paid, maybe, or more, maybe. And I have a range. And so I did want to caveat, this is deeply a range of scenarios. This is not, so the boundary conditions we're about to talk about are not in the solver. Infeasibilities, I do think there's a penalty price associated with this. It's not published. The only entity that knows exactly how this works is CAISO. So the next step from this scenario, just to be super transparent, is for the CAISO to explain how pricing is done in these conditions, both for the GHG and the energy, so that we can kind of progress and have that price formation discussion.
Thanks, Kathleen. This is Anya with the ISO. Maybe for you and stakeholders in thinking about this segment of the presentation, can also think about, you're bringing up a kind of academic argument on, would there be insufficient GHG bids? And I'd like to maybe contextualize this around kind of the business driver of, resources receiving that payment by having that GHG offer in place. And so if there is that opportunity to gain revenue from the GHG adder for an outside entity, kind of what is the real scenario in place here? I also wanted to point folks to the final EDAM proposal that does have kind of a analysis in place of instances in the WEAM where there may have been very, very low instances where there were insufficient bids when you also apply the GHG net export constraints. So just wanted to provide that context here as well. Thanks.
No, great, super helpful. Next slide. So I'm going to jump down to bullet 3 because it's a quick response of why I feel this is so important for this working group to tackle this is that this is not an academic concern. This is a concern that I have that is born out of analysis that is reported by the CAISO's Department of Market Monitoring. Here's a quote from 2022's annual report describing how there are GHG price spikes in the instances that GHG bids are exhausted. There have been some massive improvements to this. And so the next slide, we're going to look at the data that is driving my ask to deep dive into this. But the highest bids were in 2022 were $669 per megawatt hour in the 15-minute market. I'm going to be real transparent. That is much higher than my understanding of any emission rate multiplied by carbon allowance that I'm aware of. Orders of magnitude higher. And $32 for the 5-minute market. I'm, again, not presuming what the right outcome is. I'm just flagging that this is what we're seeing in prices. And I want to make sure we think through this because while the real-time market is a small percent, the day-ahead market is not, my friends. And so this is hugely important. The two conditions I wanted to flag, which is back up on bullets 1 and 2, is why might this happen? Well, you might have a higher emitting external resource that knows it's a high emission asset that has no interest to being deemed into serving a GHG area. So it just doesn't offer a bid. That's one reason. Another reason is a clean energy resource. So eventually this working group, we do need to talk a little harder about what the expectations are about the GHG bidding for this. And that'll be, I think, work stream 2. But I just want to caveat that another reason that we think that this will potentially persist in an EDAM framework is because of the clean energy resources. Anna, you've already explained that they shouldn't be in the counterfactual and kind of how you expect that. I'm going to ask to put that in the parking lot. My scenario is going to focus on the higher emitting asset, but I just wanted to flag that the clean energy resources needing to ensure they are allocated to serving the load for the areas that they're being used for compliance with that contract, they'll need to show up in a counterfactual. So there will be some bidding impacts into that counterfactual GHG reference pass, and we can help in workstream 2 to help navigate what that means.
Can we take the 2 questions that are online? So let's start with Alyssa.
I think I want to support looking at this a little bit more. I know that the CAISO looked at this from an EIM perspective a year or 2 back now, but I think my bigger picture question is that when you looked at that, did you consider the implications of adding another GHG zone, which I think is a reality in the near future with Washington's Cap and Invest program, into the mix, and how that would change the sort of insufficiency or sufficiency of GHG bids to both of the zones? My suspicion is that it would create more demand and more times when there are insufficient bids to meet all of that load. And so I think I would like to see some more analysis that looks at sort of that forward-looking picture when we do have a GHG zone that includes Washington. Thank you.
Alyssa, thanks so much for that question. This is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO. I recognize the analysis that was done was retrospective, looking at California and kind of the existing WEIM area. And if you were to factor in Washington, there's also questions of should you factor in additional entities that would be available to offer supply or not. So really a question of, what assumptions should be made in terms of what bids will look like, what entities will be in place, also from a supply side. So just flagging some of the complexity with some of that further analysis, but we can talk more about that. Thanks.
Let's go to Bonnie Blair.
Blair. I work with the Six Cities Group. Could you clarify for me what you mean by insufficient GHG bids? In other words, you said there's enough energy to serve the entire load, but insufficient GHG bids. Does that mean not enough GHG bids to serve the entire load or something else?
Yeah, in my scenario, Bonnie, I'm gonna walk through it in painful detail. But to give you a quick, like 10-second response, it means that there's insufficient internal resource offers and external GHG bids to fully associate with the load inside the GHG area. And so insufficient GHG bids externally is the simplest way to kind of frame it. And then as I walk through my example, I'm going to put numbers to it. Does that help?
I think so. But I guess let me throw out my immediate question. Why would we necessarily assume that there ought to be enough GHG bids to serve the entire load in the GHG area?
Yeah, no, we don't. And I don't. 100%, great question. And I do not assume that. But when that condition occurs, what the GHG price is and how that, whether or not that makes sense, I think that's the big question. That's the $1 million question right now.
Okay.
Can we go to the next slide so I can show you what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So right now I have two, so on the left, you'll see some results for the 15-minute market and the 5-minute market from the 2021 DMM annual report. On the right-hand side, it's from the 2022 15-minute market and 5-minute market. I absolutely want to see this expanded, and I know we'll get the 2023 soon, but I didn't have it available to share that. So there is an interesting trend occurring in the pricing, but what I wanted to flag, and I put red boxes around the quarterly values that were above $100. And I just used 100. You can use a different, that's the one I decided to pick to kind of highlight, wow, we got some high GHG prices. And what does that mean? Outside of a market construct, just to root us in reality, outside of a market construct, you have source specified and unspecified imports into a GHG area, where the source specified is going to have a carbon compliance cost that is representing that unit's actual emission rate. The unspecified is imports are going to have a compliance obligation associated with a default emission rate. That default emission rate is lower. I felt very confident would be lower than 100. So that's why I picked that. All of the red boxes here you can see are higher than 100. Focusing on the 2021 and 2022, because I think 2020 is too far back and we've had too many changes in our design. And Q4 of 2021 also had issues with Los Angeles Department of Water projects attribution rules. So I know that's really big. I'm going to ask that one to kind of be smoothed out in our eyes, but focus on the actual values that in Q1 of 2021, we see $191 per megawatt hour. In Q4, granted I said there was a little $255. For the 5-minute in Q1 of $267 per megawatt hour. Again, much higher than I would anticipate any default emission compliance obligation. For 2022, now let's move into 2022, Q3, the highest GHG price in Q3 was $669 per megawatt hour. That's like 6+ margin factor on what I considered my like reasonable anomaly cutoff. In the 5-minute market, I was happy to see that there wasn't anything I could call out for 2022. So another thing I wanted to caveat deeply in this is public data shows that this is happening. We know that this is occurring. I believe the data from DMEM's report is that kind of roughly these higher pricing, I think, was from an order of 20% for 2021 and maybe dropping to 5% of intervals in 2022. That is improvement. I don't fully understand why. It's not noted why, right? So that's some of the follow-ups for CAISO. What is changing in 2022? And once the 2023 data is available, do we see this disappear? And can we identify why? And that's going to help us understand, is it because there's more GHG bids because EIM has expanded so much? Now we're kind of mitigating this instance. Well, what happens if EDAM starts with a smaller set of BAAs in the day-ahead market? Are we going to go back to this frequency of high GHG prices? This is data that I don't have access to. I'm asking the CAISO or its DMM to help us understand this risk. But I did want to note this is very real to me from a market outcome perspective.
Hello, Tiffany from Portland General Electric. And forgive me, I don't know. You said that this is like triggering, you're like, this seems way out of character. And I know that we don't know exactly why, but what is the difference between how the CAISO is viewing this and how it's done in other regions where they're not getting these levels?
So all of those other regions are bilateral. So within that bilateral contract, we know what the default emission rate is for the unspecified, and that's what like an entity inside the GHG area is going to be, and the resource selling to it. We all have that tagged. It's publicly transparent what the obligation is for an unspecified import into California, and I believe Washington, but I'm not. But I think it's setting its system up with an unspecified that would have the ability to have some kind of default as well. The defaults are. I mean, that's kind of like the cap, is my understanding of you could think of it as like the cap of what the compliance obligation would be. I think it's higher. I think it's on the high side. If it's an average and it's lower, I apologize, and that would be an expert. We need someone who's an environmental expert to kind of opine on that. But yeah, that's my understanding. Versus the CAISO is running a market, and it has a constraint. And when we have a constraint that has the possibility for infeasibility, that infeasibility, the shadow price associated with that time period is calculated. Most of our, all of our constraints have some price associated with it. Higher the price associated with it, the more firm, that constraint is. We don't actually want to build constraints in that are going to break the model. So that's part of why we don't have really fixed constraints. But there's a price associated with it. Some of those, and if you have a constraint that is binding and you have to relax it, there's a price associated, a cost associated that shows up in the shadow price. A lot of those, what we call non-priced adjustments, are public in the BPM for market operations, and you can see what that non-price adjustment is. The GHG constraint is not in that list. So as a market, we don't know why these prices are what they are. And that's why I think as a follow-up, it'd be really helpful for CAISO to provide an explanation of how a shadow price is formed under these conditions. Next slide. This is really for anyone not here participating in this meeting, so I'm not going to read it. Scenario 3 is setting up kind of a base. You have sufficient bids. What would that outcome look like? And then I'm going to change it in scenario 4A and 4B to show that that there's a resource that did not submit a GHG bid and what happens. Next slide. And in this scenario, I added generator 4 into our friend Idaho Power's area, and we are assuming that that is a higher emitting resource. So kind of in the last iteration of scenarios, G3, I assumed was a wind resource. G4, I'm now going to say it's coal, and it's a $100 energy offer with $30 of a GHG bid. The rest is largely the same with one exception of the generator 1's Pmax has been reduced. I'm going to assume it's on outage to keep it simple. So it's not 300 available anymore, it's 250. Because this is a BAA group, I'm actually going to ask we put the RSE question in the parking lot. The BAA group, I don't know which one was short. It's everything inside California, all the California WEEM areas in this hypothetical. But there is not enough internal generation plus external GHG bids in order to be fully associated with this 400 megawatts of load inside the California GHG area. So starting with our planned implementation of reference pass, we start with a counterfactual of PacifiCorp's combined areas get no counterfactual. Idaho Power gets that G3 is still, setting up that 200 megawatts in the counterfactual, both for its load and PacifiCorp's. So then that would allow for an additional 100 megawatts to be attributed into PacifiCorp's area for G2 and 100 megawatts into Idaho Power's for that higher emitting coal asset, hypothetical coal asset. In the dispatch solution, we see 250 megawatts in the control area, 100 megawatts in BAB, and 250 megawatts in BAC. That 250 is coming from fully loading up the wind asset, as well as 50 megawatts from that coal asset. The amount that is attributed in this scenario, as we see in the solver, is 100 megawatts for that more economic gas asset in PacifiCorp's area, and then 50 megawatts for that coal asset that could be attributed because it offered $30, it offered its capacity and a bid, and so it's attributed for 50 megawatts. The rest is the outcome of the pricing. It does result in a $100 SMEC because that's the marginal asset, and it also results in a $30 per megawatt hour GHG price for a total pricing in the GHG control area of 130 and 100 for the non-GHG areas. Take this all the way down. These are the results of those payments. I'm not going to walk through that because we're going to move on and see how they change, because that's really the part that I want to emphasize. Next slide. Great. And I did want to, I walked through that example, like kind of set up very quickly, but did want to kind of re-emphasize that in this counterfactual, as you can see here in the first line, the entire wind asset is allocated for load purposes outside of the GHG area. When you change this one thing, all I'm changing in my scenario is that the coal unit G4 does not submit a bid. So no bid and no price associated with that. We have the same dispatch, same award outcome from before, again, holding that constant. What changes is that you have 100 megawatts are still attributed to the to PacifiCorp's BAB for the gas asset, but there is no additional bid. So that 50 megawatts that would have been attributed isn't attributed. What this does is it results in the market not being able to solve this particular condition. So these are boundary conditions. When there's an infeasibility in the market, again, we talked about it gets priced. How it gets priced, we need to know the penalty prices. We need to know how that works in order to understand exactly how that's getting priced. In this first scenario, so 4A is a hypothetical where the shadow price is defaulting to the last available GHG bid. So the last available GHG bid is $5 per megawatt hour. What this would result in is a reduction of $25 from a GHG price formation perspective, which you see in the red letters on the second column. There's a reduction in energy payments to internal generators because of that change in the GHG prices. And consequently, also a reduction to its total generation payments. Moving on to look at what's the impact on PacifiCorp hypothetically. The impact here is, again, the GHG price has dropped by $25. And so there's a reduction in the attribution payment to what PacifiCorp would have received, and a reduction to their total generation payments. And I'm again going to kind of say that these values inform benefits. And so this matters for lots of reasons. If we look at Idaho Power, it wasn't able to have an attribution. Its energy award's the same, so its energy payments are the same, but it doesn't have an additional revenue associated with that compliance. Now, I assume that the $30 would actually be exactly that compliance cost. So for Idaho Power, it's really on the wind that this matters. So the wind was not able to be deemed, and that was what we talked about last scenario. If we had changed and if I had added a sensitivity to this to look at if now the wind could be attributed, but then there was still not enough, that this would be a meaningful impact on Idaho Power as well. And I'm just trying to clarify that because if they don't incur the carbon cost, it's not really a loss. So I recognize that, but there are ways that this could be a different outcome. What I do also want to emphasize is that the total generation payments and load payments do not equal. This is a suboptimal result of the market outcome, in my opinion. And it does need, so we have offsets to deal with this. We have energy imbalance offsets, congestion imbalance offsets. I believe that's where they're picked up. It could be somewhere else, but we are neutral. CAISO is net neutral. There is a way that this gets handled in the settlement processes. But so I'm calling it offsets for simplicity. There's $250 that load pays above what the generation receives, and it's going to get handled in some kind of offset payment. From a generation perspective, in the prior scenario, which was the assumption that there was a sufficient bid, the generation would have received $72,000. This is reduced in this to $61,750. That's roughly a loss of $10,000 to the generators. So if this is a scenario, so if the shadow price could default to something lower than what is the maximum GHG cost of the resources outside that are actually supporting the energy transfer, because remember, in this scenario, 50 megawatts is truly flowing to BAA. It's truly flowing into the GHG area. It's just not being attributed because there was no bid associated with it. So the market has to figure out a price to put on that. And if it drops lower, that would be, I think that we have to ask ourselves if that's the right market price outcome. Next slide. Now, in this is just a variation of saying, okay, now I'm just going to assume a price. I picked $600 because that $669 was the highest price seen in Q3 of 2022 for the 15-minute market. So I'm just using that as an illustrative example of, well, what happens when that's the price? So under the plan change to the market design, I believe it is additive to the SMEC of 100 because there was sufficient energy offers to meet the energy demand. And so I am assuming that the demand price for the GHG area is $700. It remains 100 for the non-GHG areas, yes. So how does this result change? We already walked through BAC's coal doesn't get attributed because it didn't bid. But now you have a very high GHG price spike that is absolutely going to be impacting the GHG control area pricing. It would go up by roughly $570 per megawatt hour. Todd's scenarios earlier, we're talking about $1.01. I'm so sorry, I added $5.70. That's due to the GHG price going up that much. That is going to increase energy payments to the resources that the GHG area is paying. So we got some big jumps, guys. Energy payments go up by $142,000 roughly on the generation side, but the load is going to pay $188,000, which is going to result in, if you check all this the way across the other BAAs, their attribution payments are going to go up significantly. So the attribution continues to stack. $60,000 for PacifiCorp's area. Idaho Power is out of luck in this scenario because we're doing a non-GHG area pass. Didn't have a BAA pass, so it's not eligible for any of this payment. If you would make that one change we talked about in the last section, they would have some association of this payment as well. This very high inframarginal payment that would be seen as a potential, that I know is seen as a potential like incentive for cleaner or additional capacity outside of the GHG area. Let's look at the totals real quick, just to really hammer home this point. Of total generation payments are $270,000. Load pays $300,000 due to this high price. So when I say load, I really mean the GHG area load. And this results in a pretty big imbalance of $30,000 in this hypothetical scenario. So that also that's also an inefficiency that's going to need to get picked up through all of our offsets. On the generator losses, I honestly struggled with this, how to frame this. I I don't fully, every area will have a different view of whether or not they think it's a loss to their resource optimization. So I didn't want to speak on that, but I did want to flag it increases payments by 198,000. And where is this imbalance going? This $30,000 is just going to be put forward into an offset. That's not ideal to how we want to have a market operate. We would like offsets to be zero. It's kind of our happy case. And so let me go to the next slide, if you don't mind. Here are some of the policy questions. So we've walked through, we have data that shows this has happened. We've gone through some, I hope, simple-ish examples of how that works and what the range might be if it drops to the lower GHG bid versus a very high shadow price base. And I think that there are loads of policy questions. Rather than kind of walking through them, I want to see if there's any immediate reactions or questions from the stakeholder community first. These are parking lot, in my opinion. So I want to just open it up.
Not seeing any questions. And I know from just a time check perspective, we are at noon. So I think we can keep going until about 12:15, 12:20 at the absolute latest, and then we'll break for lunch, okay?
That would be great. And I appreciate everyone holding on. Let's go. I'm going to move. Let's just push forward into the next section. That was really complicated. Boundary conditions are hard. I appreciate everyone taking this as a next step to think really hard about this, and let's keep working on it. Thank you. So the third tranche is, what happens when there's a unit, when there's some kind of constraint in the market where a unit isn't able to be fully awarded up to its Pmax? Let's go to the next slide. Actually, go back one more slide, sorry. Perfect. Okay, so illustrative example of kind of the order of operations. We have a resource sufficiency evaluation, goes to GHG reference pass, goes to a market power mitigation for IFM, and goes to IFM. I wanted to show this because I wanted to just list 3 very simple reasons that IFM could be different. And then the counterfactual, transmission enforced in the GHG reference pass, if it's different from the IFM, that's going to have an impact. GHG reference pass uses unmitigated bids. As you can see here, MPM doesn't happen until after the reference pass. We've already talked about how the actual offer price changes the results of that. So we have unmitigated bids in the reference pass. We have mitigated bids in IFM. That's really important. That's going to change things. And then finally, that you could have a unit constraint limiting the incremental award in IFM that was just not fully captured or was not hit in the GHG reference pass for whatever reason. And we next slide. We know that this occurs. Data exists and has shown that this occurs, at least in the real-time market. We anticipate, given the fact that it's occurring in the real-time market, it is likely to still occur in the day-ahead market. I want to be transparent. It is unclear how persistent or the magnitude of this risk until we get data on it from the CAISO. I'd really like to see that provided on what's happening in WEAM today. I recognize EDAM is changing. Similar to that secondary dispatcher leakage analysis we talked about earlier. I hope what you hear from me today is a sincere ask to provide data starting as soon as possible on this particular risk, on the persistence and the magnitude of it, and to continue that through EDAM implementation. This problem statement component is asking, what is the potential market outcome of allowing attribution to be awarded to an external resource that would be serving their own area's load? And what I mean by that is, if it is limited in its output in IFM, the attribution today would allow it to overlap the counterfactual that had already been allocated to the non-GHG areas loads, as we've talked about. Sylvie helpfully brought up the fact that some of these challenges do require us to think about not only price impacts, but also uplift impacts. Some things maybe aren't ripe for a market fix, We won't know that until we know the persistence and the magnitude. If it's persistent and it's causing large impacts to the market solutions, that's when we really want to make sure we're thinking about in-market solutions. If it's not persistent, then perhaps it's something that can be addressed through some kind of cost recovery after the fact mechanism. So I also want to be clear, I am open to multiple types of solutions. The purpose of this presentation is just to emphasize the scenario. Next slide. So scenario 5 sets up a hypothetical looking at the market result when one of the cleaner emitting resources bidding, GHG, has its market award constrained. It's more constrained than its upper economic limit or its PMAX. G1, I'm assuming, is a storage asset with so a $0 emission rate. G2, I assume, still is gas, and G3, I still assume is wind, and G4, I still assume is coal. Scenario 6 is going to be a tweak on this to show what I believe will happen if we limit that attribution to no more than its awarded output in IFM. Next slide. Okay, so this is our base. It's largely the same. I'll just kind of walk through. G1 has 300 megawatts of output. There's 300 megawatts of load in the GHG area. In our hypothetical PacifiCorp region, we have G2 with 150 megawatts of upper economic limit or PMAX. It's not constrained more. So it's 150, 150. So it can be awarded up to its full PMAX. Same prices of the offers, and 100 megawatts of load stays the same. In our hypothetical Idaho Power, we still have G3 and G4. I have changed G4, actually, I'm kind of looking at this, to another clean resource. So rather than having that higher emitting and lower emitting, we're kind of keeping this a little bit more concentrated around roughly the same value. G3 and G4 are between $20 and $25 in energy, and both have $0 emission costs. The load in this BAAC hypothetical is 150. As you move through this, again, we're still sticking with the planned implementation of the counterfactual is done on a non-GHG area. That is going to be allocated to BAAC, 200 megawatts to G3 and 50 megawatts to G4 because it's now another cost competitive asset. In BAB, which is PacifiCorp, it's not going to have anything allocated in the counterfactual because it's going to have its load assigned or accounted for being served by Idaho Power. And hypothetically, I hope PAC thanks you in advance for that service. So moving down, so that's our baseline. The dispatch, though, what I am showing here is G4. For whatever reason, we talked through a few hypothetical reasons, it has its output constrained to 75 megawatts. It's not able to go up to 100. It did offer it, thank you, but it's constrained. So the dispatch, of course, is going to respect that. We have resource constraint. There's absolutely, the dispatch is going to respect that. And we're going to have a dispatch of 250 megawatts in the GHG area, 25 megawatts in BAB or hypothetical PacifiCorp, and 275 megawatts in BAAC, which is Idaho Power. Can't go up to 300 this time. Now they're going to stick it and keep it down to 275. The attribution in, so when you kind of look at the flows, you can see that there's 100 megawatts of energy transfer going from BAC to BAB. 25 megawatts is going to come down into the control area, and 25 megawatts is actually going to come directly, because there's multiple transfer paths, directly from BAC into BAA. That's 50 megawatts of incremental flow is needed because 250 is awarded to G1. The GHG control area needs another 50 megawatts. There's the more economic assets on the outside. Economic displacement occurs, and we get 50 megawatts transfers coming in. In this scenario, what we're showing is that there is an attribution of 50 megawatts, but where is that attribution coming from? It's 25 megawatts is attributed to the flows, and the attribution is coming from G4. There's 25 megawatts attributed going from BAAC to BAB, so it's going to have kind of a hypothetical attribution there. and 25 megawatts coming from BAC to BAA. Its actual limit would result in something lower than that. So if its unit constraint is 75 and it had a counterfactual that was, again, 50 megawatts of that was allocated under a counterfactual, there's only 25 incremental megawatts. So we talked about this before. When we attribute 50 megawatts in this scenario, you're getting 25 from the difference of the award minus the counterfactual, and you're going to get 25 megawatts from the counterfactual underneath that. The rest is the pricing impacts and the payments associated with this. What I wanted to emphasize is that attribution to G4 of 50 megawatts, it's currently only not being limited more than 50 megawatts. However, 25 megawatts actually is dipping into that counterfactual, and it is really only incrementing up 25 megawatts. So we have a bit of a double association. We have allocated that capacity to the load in the non-GHG area, and now we're also attributing it to the GHG area. Kind of cool, maybe, maybe not. Depending on how we want the market to work, that might not be the right outcome. So that's a question I'm positing. There is a need to backfill BAB from that G2 as well. So let's move to the next slide. Okay. Yes, please, do you have a question?
Yeah, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. I'd be really interested to hear from other people who actually run generators and bid in generators, how often they think this might occur. I am slightly encouraged that we went with a counterfactual design, not the spreadsheet design that we currently have in WEIM, because hopefully that optimized counterfactual will be able to count for all the many different generation constraints and limit the opportunity for this to occur.
I'm happy to see there's anyone who raises their hand they want to respond to that. I honestly don't want to hypothesize the frequency or the magnitude of this. I really just want to see the data. I have seen data that indicates is quite rampant in the real time, but I have not seen the CAISO's data. And that's really what I'd like to see.
I mean, but happening under the current spreadsheet design, not the optimized counterfactual design.
The non-GHG area, yeah, it's happening under the current kind of base schedule. And so that's the other thing I'd like the CAISO to look at is what's going on today? What's the frequency of that? And then is there a way to test if you were to apply what they're planning to change in that implementation to see if it addresses that concern? I think it's possible, potentially, but we might have to wait for EDAM, and that's some feedback would be helpful.
Sure. This is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO, and I realize we have Abhishek in the room as well. So as you pointed out kind of earlier in the day, Abhishek did provide some analysis both to the Regional Issue Forum and to the 2022 GHG, or maybe 2021 GHG working group regarding kind of the change in secondary dispatch over time, which looks at essentially the attribution below the counterfactual. So that analysis is out there. And as Todd pointed out, kind of the optimized counterfactual should decrease the amount of secondary dispatch because instead of a assumed schedule that is later optimized, you're starting with a more optimal dispatch. So you're not having that delta in place. And just in terms of kind of being able to project that out, it's difficult without EDAM Go Live and actual bids and known entities in place. But just that historical look back in terms of what that secondary dispatch has been, kind of older information from 2021, but it is out there. So thanks.
And the reason I wanted to do this example is because that's not the data I'm looking for. And I've been cross-talking a ton. And so I'm really trying to emphasize what I need as a generator is this data, what this is highlighting. Secondary dispatch is important. I'm not trying to take that away from anyone, but the impact to actual market outcomes and awards is what I am looking for that's not currently available.
Yeah, and to clarify, I was not referring specifically to the secondary dispatch and the counterfactual choice. this is again, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. I was reflecting the fact that if there are unit-specific constraints, they could easily be overlooked in a spreadsheet design as opposed to one that's using actual bids with the full set of generation-specific constraints.
Yeah, no, I think that's an excellent point. Everything, also keep it in the parking lot that if you improve the reference pass to do the counterfactual at the level that market participants evaluate their actual exposure and interests, that could have a meaningful impact too. But I did these scenarios assuming it was saying PacifiCorp and Idaho Power are willing to share all benefits between each other. And that is really meaningful. That changes a ton. So when you make the counterfactual changes to say, no, we actually need to have like baselines that represent how business is performed, I think that could also really change this outcome. What the data that I'm looking for to try and emphasize this, because I'm hoping that this is much more clear and that we can also wrap up and go to lunch, is that in this hypothetical scenario, when you limit G4's attribution to that 75 megawatts, it results in a reduction of what can be attributed for the GHG by 25 megawatts. So that's column 4, you see goes from 50 megawatts down to 25 megawatts, a drop of 25. I want to take you to the third row. The third row, what happens with that is that there is then a change to what was attributed to PacifiCorp of 20 or of into that VAB of 25 megawatts attributed. And we have 275 megawatts instead of 250 megawatt of the award to G1. So G1 is my hypothetical storage asset that has been built in this greenhouse gas control area in order to help drive long-term goals within that own area, right? So you got this storage asset with $0 emission rate operating. If in this hypothetical, my concern is its award is 250 megawatts if we're not limiting that attribution to what is actually awarded in the market. As you see here, if it gets awarded another 25 megawatts, that has a direct impact on its viability and what it says to the market about that asset being needed. It increases the overall energy payment by, let's say, roughly $2,000. It does reduce the payments to the outside, but again, I already noted that a part of this is because it's overlaying capacity that's already been allocated to the load outside. So it's still being awarded, and it's going to have the same amount is going to serve the energy. So we are energy sufficient. What this is really changing is that if we don't do this, there's an award that is going to go to some resources on the outside for backfilling. So that's the secondary dispatch. But the part of the data that I haven't seen is confirming this hypothesis of, and also displacing internal resources that would not have been displaced. And so that's the harm that as a generator and a generating community, that's the harm we're afraid of, right? We're going into these long-term investment decisions to provide an asset that we believe is in the best interest of our partners. However, that use of that assumes certain kind of market participation. Under today's framework, we do not have an EDAM, and these assets are being used and optimized in the day-ahead market. As we expand to other areas, we want to make sure that we're not removing value and that was assumed for new resource development. I love that you brought up decarbonization is expensive. Decarbonization gets more expensive when the use of those cleaner resources being built is going to be reduced, because that reduces the overall energy and ancillary services that they can forecast to offset that overall cost of new entry build. And that is going to make it a lot more expensive to build inside the GHG area new resources that are desperately needed to get to an SB 100 future. So I want to just leave this as my, I hope, much clearer problem statement, because I know the internal resource impact has been, I feel like, getting lost. This is what I'm concerned about, and I'm concerned that's going to have ripple effects on increasing long-term capacity costs in the GHG area. Next slide. And I really just leave you with these policy questions. Is displacing internal generation as a result of secondary dispatch occurring? Is that fair and efficient? Are we okay with not only the impacts to the energy markets, but also to the capacity markets that would inevitably occur? And I think we need to struggle with these questions. So I really appreciate the chance to hopefully explain my problem more clearly. And I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for Kathleen in the room or online? Do we have any questions on the phone only line? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Kathleen. Let's go ahead and break for lunch and meet back here at 1:20 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to kick things back off. We're going to switch gears just a little bit. We're going to hear from Sylvie on a data request presentation. And then this afternoon, we'll hear from Claire Brydenich, representing WPTF. She is going to provide some examples on the GHG attribution framework that she walked through during the March meeting. And then we'll hear from Kelsey Martinez at the Public Service Company of New Mexico this afternoon in a presentation related to problem statement 7. So with that, I will turn things over to Sylvie Spivak.
Thank you, Isabella.
Can we move to the next slide? I think we're on slide like 74, 75. One more. Perfect, thank you.
Excellent. So my name is Sylvie Spivak. I'm a senior policy developer at the California ISO. We thought it would be nice to make a process interlude in the midst of all of the heavy substance that we've been discussing today. In the last working group, I could really feel a palpable exasperation with the data-related problem statements that we were discussing. We heard a lot of feedback that maybe they should be more general or more specific. There were some comments that maybe we didn't need to continue problem statementing, but also feedback that stakeholders and regulators found these problem statements to be very helpful. And some stakeholders also reached out to say, or to ask, what the burden of proof might be in order to move their data requests along in the process from simply a request to data being delivered and used in the working groups. So I wanted to make sure that all of the feedback that we've gotten so far through comments and through discussions was not lost in the fray, and also to offer some explicit feedback and guidelines to make sure that we can accelerate this process along. So the first thing I did was go through all of the data requests and try to categorize them. The purpose of these categories is to help put guardrails around what flavor, so to speak, of data ask or problem statement each of those requests looked like, and how those might be intended to help support the working group goals. And I want to briefly discuss what these categories are, also what they're not. And I want to note that this is based on what I've seen in stakeholder comments, but could certainly be evolved. And I'm happy to open this list for discussion to help clarify what we're looking for. So the first category that I have here is monitoring and assessment of EDAM GHG market design. Problem statements in this category are intended to support monitoring the realized impacts of GHG market design in order to inform future enhancements. What this category is not is monitoring the GHG market design in order to assess how policies or other state rules are impacting the market. We want to make sure that there's a jurisdictional line drawn in the sand and that whatever we're doing to monitor the design is intended to inform the design itself. I have a couple of examples that maybe it would be worth discussing. So we've heard from stakeholders that they wanted to better understand, for instance, the GHG shadow price, what the marginal emissions rate is, and what the GHG cost of serving load would be. On the latter, in GHG priced areas, the GHG cost of serving load is a number that's determined by an allowance market or some other regulatory process that determines that price. So that's not something that can come out of our market. But there are other questions that stakeholders might ask to help that fall into this category. And I think Todd's presentation from PG&E earlier was a great example of a problem statement that falls within this category. The second category I've gotten teed up here is market participants' ability to meet existing compliance obligations. Problem statements in this category might help ensure market participants have what they need to inform procurement decisions, but also maybe have what they need to value their resources in the market. I've been mentally categorizing this topic as, are there opportunity costs that we're not accounting for? And that is a distinct problem statement from other things that we've been hearing in this working group, which might be something in the category of the ISO offers an amazing opportunity to think about how to enhance our ability to align and create consistency amongst programs. And I think we can all agree that there's benefit to both solving these problems and getting alignment, but it's important to make that distinction so that we can continue the process along and get support from market analysis. And the final category I have here is supporting regulators to develop new and emerging programs. This category is intended to be a reflection of the chicken or the egg problem that we like to talk about a lot. We've gotten feedback from regulators in particular that they appreciate the problem statements because it gives them insights into how market participants are thinking about their policies and what the ISO is able to provide in order to support it. And we've gotten some good examples of problem statements in this category that I've seen so far include PacifiCorp's presentation from, man, that was months ago. PacifiCorp's presentation where they illustrated how two different versions of data could provide two different outcomes in terms of compliance obligations. And that's a great way to both show a problem and signal to regulators how they might take that feedback and evolve their policies, but do so on their own. I'll take a pause there to see if there are any questions about these categories and how we might think about solving the data-related problem statements. Great. We can go to the next slide. Simple side-by-side example. On the left, we have some problem statements, and these are great examples of where to start in terms of problem statementing. The top problem statement tells us a few things. The annual compliance period tells us that maybe a metric, an average metric, or a metric that reflects something over time is appropriate in this instance. And this is just meant to illustrate that the more details we get about market participants' experience, the better. And it tells us a lot more than the metrics that are specified in stakeholder comments that have listed on the right-hand side. But we've heard a lot about these today, and I think we're going to hear more about these, so I won't dwell on this slide too much. Just wanted to acknowledge that we've gotten some great problem statements and encourage stakeholders to think about how the solutions or the recommendations that they've provided to us so far might fit into problem statement form. Next slide. Double counting, to me, seems like one of the biggest themes in problem statements and solutions that we've seen so far. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to use this as an example and to get some information about stakeholders on what the issue actually is. When I was talking to our market analysis team, their first reaction was, how does double counting actually show up in the market? What is the impact of double counting? How does this affect different policies? Does it have different impacts depending on how policies are defined? So we've heard solutions so far, and those solutions include coordination between the ISO and REGIS, the development of a residual emissions rate, But what we're really looking for and what we need to understand, at least from the ISO's perspective, are other things. Like we would appreciate examples of how double counting might arise, whether or not it relates to the existing or planned GHG market design. And we'd like to hear feedback on what the ISO's role should be in a solution to a problem that may or may not originate in policy development through states or other entities. And maybe this is a nice way to tee up Claire's presentation, which I think is coming after me, which to me is a nice illustration of not starting necessarily with a calculation in mind, but instead really focusing on the problem statement and evolving those problem statements to provide more information to regulators and to the ISO on what calculations are necessary.
We do have a hand online from Todd Jones.
Great.
Maybe I'll lower my hand and let you finish the presentation. I raised it earlier before you started talking about double counting, but I'm interested to see where you go unless you're finished.
Jump in. This is my third and final slide.
Okay.
So welcome the discussion.
Sure. So this is Todd Jones with the Center for Resource Solutions. I am interested to hear Claire's presentation and have her walk through her example. I didn't, in the three categories that you presented, I didn't see explicitly where, some of the concerns that we've raised from the perspective of voluntary market participants sort of fit into those categories. I think a lot of the data requests are similar in terms of, GHG market attribution data, residual mix data. But the specific application of that data to prevent double counting in voluntary markets or between compliance programs, even between compliance programs that are regulating different sectors, I didn't see that sort of reflected. So we can provide more comments on that. My second comment was that it's a little bit frustrating to hear that the ISO is still confused or is still uncertain, I guess, about things like how double counting might arise. I feel like we've provided pretty detailed comments, examples, explanations of how that double counting might occur, at least for the examples that we provided around how market attribution or allocation of emissions in the market would affect transactions of attributes outside the market and REC systems. So with respect to that, I'm wondering what more we can provide with respect to an explanation of how double counting might arise. If it's a question of, specific quantities or how much double counting is occurring, I'm not sure we have that information. That's part of the challenge. And then, whether double counting is related to existing or planned GHG market design, I feel like we provided information there too. So I'm interested to hear from others in the working group about sort of on these issues as well. But I did want to sort of just make the point that I don't feel like our data requests were exactly sort of represented in the three categories. And I would like to hear more about what more we can provide in terms of this question of how double counting might arise, so that we can, support any progress towards providing this data to the market. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. So if we go back 2 slides, the way that I've worded one of these categories is very intentional. The middle category, market participants' ability to meet existing compliance obligations. 2 working groups ago, there was a question of, do we need to specify state compliance obligations? Do we need to specify corporate, voluntary? So this category is meant to catch all of those. It's meant to extend to voluntary compliance obligations in voluntary programs. What it's really meant to do is not to specify, who's dictating these obligations, but instead what the problem is, to show that problem statements within this category have a material and measurable impact, as opposed to representing an opportunity for exploration or some other objective. So I hope that helps to illustrate that this is intended to capture the problem statements that we've heard from CRS and from others that extend to all types of compliance goals. And then to your second point, I understand that frustration, and I think that it's worth having more of a conversation around it. You note that you're not sure that you have the information to illustrate it, and that's probably the ISO's role. So what would be good is to have a discussion around what policies in particular we might be thinking about when it comes to double counting. We've talked about previously in these working groups that some states define it and some do not. It's also important to align on the measurement or the metrics that are involved. Different state policies require compliance and reporting in different metrics. So when we were thinking about this internally, it came up that we might be confounding or conflating these metrics, and it might not be a fair comparison universally. So we need to hear from stakeholders about which policies, how compliance is measured, and how that stacks up against what we're counting in the double counting pool. Does that help illuminate things?
I don't see Todd in the queue anymore. So Todd, if you had any additional comments, go ahead and raise your hand again. I'm not seeing any other hands online. Do we have any comments, questions in the room? Okay, let's go ahead and let's unmute Todd.
Sorry, I won't, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I won't belabor this too much further, and I can provide some additional comments in writing as well. In terms of so thank you for clarifying the second category here. That's very helpful. I think it's just the term compliance that got me confused, which we tend to say, compliance with voluntary programs, I guess, helps
As
clarify
opposed to
for me.
obligation.
Right. So thank you. And then just with respect to what you said about being careful not to confuse or conflate how different policies might be measuring compliance, how double counting might be defined, what might be counted. I think this goes back to some of the discussion that we've had previously about hesitation to provide data or transparency in the market because of differences in policy, different accounting regimes, accounting requirements, different definitions of instruments, different types of policy. And from our perspective, again, it's not necessary that everyone agree on those things or that there be, what we have in the West is this sort of fragmented landscape of different types of policies. What the ISO can do to support that kind of environment is provide transparency that would enable each program with its definition of double counting, with its differences in terms of what's being counted, to administer their own program, make decisions based on the attribution that is happening in the market. So it's not necessary that all the states necessarily or the programs necessarily agree on what constitutes double counting. What would help is transparency for the market in terms of what is being allocated to load, and then the states can make their own decisions. The programs can make their own decisions about what is eligible. So I'm happy to continue that discussion, but I do think that transparency is a goal of itself, and that would sort of facilitate this landscape of different policies that we have in the West. So thank you.
Yeah, I think you and I are rounding on the same goal where we're looking for the ISO is looking for stakeholders to tell us more about the way that success is defined by their policies and the way that their policies define double counting, and stakeholders are looking to us for more information about how that fits into the market. So maybe this is a good segue. I don't know if there's more people on the call, but this will be a good segue to have Claire step up and talk more about how she plans to facilitate getting alignment between all of these ideas.
Yeah, we have one question in the room from Kathleen.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I was just waiting for the right moment. And as we're kind of nearing towards that transition, so in the slide deck that we provided, there is a next step section, which wasn't worth walking through given timing, but just to be very clear. So as sponsors of the consolidated problem statement, we understood that the ask was to provide very detailed, clear examples of what we're looking for in analysis to support the consolidated problem statements 1 through 3. I think what has been provided this morning should give you all that clarity that you need. So if there are still things that you're confused about what we're looking for, I might suggest an offline call between Todd and I, having to do that. If there are other sponsors, maybe that's the right way to do it, so that we can have more of a one-on-one conversation to help with any confusion that might still exist. But I know that there's a lot of work that went into this morning, and so I'm hoping at least with consolidated problem statement 1 through 3, we're good to move forward. I recognize that the other problem statements, you probably need more explanations on how the compliance works in different areas across the West. So what I'm most interested in from a process perspective is how are we, assuming at least consolidated problem statement 1 through 3 is ready to move forward to CAISO to identify what that analysis looks like that you can provide in response to these scenarios. What's the timing?
The first thing I'll comment on is that I want to extend Kathleen's offer to take things offline to all stakeholders that need support in developing their problem statements and better communicating those. And I see Anya's hand is up, maybe to comment on timing or next steps.
I think there's some great discussion this morning. I think we're going to need to have a follow-up in future meetings with the ISO discussing some of the aspects of GHG price formation, the GHG counterfactuals. So really appreciate some of those issues coming up this morning. I think Sylvie's presentation is also meant to be proactive of like when there are data requests that come up to have this framework. And I think, you know, just as she mentioned, we're happy to have those like outreach conversations when there's aspects of some of the data requests that may not be clear to us. And when I say us, it's really kind of our counterparts in our market analysis team that are taking some of this and seeing what they have, you know, how to prioritize it and what they have the ability to kind of pull based on existing data versus, you know, what might be only available once EDAM goes live or simply just outside the realm of data we have access to. So thanks.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. I just like to leave with maybe a guiding principle of that has been months and months and months of discussions. I hope we're moving this ball forward. Ask you to continue moving it forward so that we can get to data, because we've reached, I'm going to reiterate the frustration you heard last time. I think we've reached the end of this road, my friend. You have a list of data requests. Anya, you need to do what you just said and go through and identify what you can do now versus post EDAM. You need to map them to the problem statements. You then need to prioritize them based on whether or not they've been fully scoped for the actual data request. And if that's clear to you, the ones that maybe have been scoped more clearly, you can use that to prioritize as well. But we really do need to move forward or reassess and identify that we're holding still. So if the point of these conversations is just to have conversations, we need that clarity from a stakeholder community. But right now, I think we're moving towards a next step of you identifying what data you understand has been asked for what is a high priority and how to provide that so we can keep moving this forward. And if we're going to continue just having conversations without data, because there's a limitation on having that data, maybe we can space out these meetings until you have something.
Maybe if we go to the next slide, I do want to clarify that there are a lot of stakeholders who have provided comments and feedback with lots of different data requests. And I don't want to move forward without them. I do want to move forward, and I very much appreciate that you came here today with a substantial presentation with which to move forward. And there's no reason to stop the momentum on that. But we can't leave everybody else's requests behind simply because they are incomplete. So I wanted to provide this presentation today to show stakeholders how they can get more resonance from the rest of the stakeholder community, and make sure their issues and their problem statements and their opinions are being felt with equal weight in the process. You don't have to do this every day. I just wanted to, the point of this was to prevent the reiteration and instead provide some guidance.
Great. Thanks, Sylvie. Do we have any other comments, questions? Okay. All right, then if we could move Claire Breidnick to the panelist group, we're going to turn things over to her for her presentation. And Claire, maybe if you could raise your hand just so we could identify your line. Perfect. Okay, and then operator, if you could move 2 to 3 more slides. Great. All right, then I'll turn things over to you, Claire.
Perfect, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So this is Claire Breidnick with the Western Power Trading Forum. And the reason you're hearing from me again today is there were quite a few comments on the presentation I gave at the last workshop. And the CAISO staff thought it might be useful if I could attempt to address some of the issues raised in those comments, as well as present some more, I guess, a more structured example. I want to let you know there is an Excel spreadsheet in the materials that I prepared for today. I do not intend to walk you through that spreadsheet. I had enough of a headache over the weekend working on it, but it is there and it'll go into a bit more detail than the conversation we're going to have here today. Next slide. So I'm going to recap a little bit just in terms of the folks who missed the presentation last week or last month in terms of what we're trying to do, and then walk through kind of what I think the goals are, as well as looking at specific issues around things like how you account for excess energy, null power, energy storage. And then I think there's also some particular issues around load serving entities in states like California and Washington that have greenhouse gas pricing programs. Next slide. Okay, so my objective and WPTF's objective in putting this presentation on the table is to create an accounting framework that could meet all the needs identified by stakeholders to date and by CAISO in the last presentation. And it would do that by being a comprehensive framework. It would aim to account for all megawatts and all emissions in the market. It would enable assignment of those energy and emissions from specific resources to specific market participants, both load serving entities as well as the large energy users with corporate goals, and could also support implementation or compliance with those regulatory programs and voluntary goals. It is also intentionally attempting to address and eliminate double counting of claims to energy or attribution of energy and emissions. And it does that by making sure that we are correctly putting megawatts and emissions into particular buckets. The other thing we're attempting to do is ensure that the framework we're laying out, even though it attempts to track all the emissions in megawatts in the market, would not impose costs or tracking requirements on states or entities that simply don't have any sort of greenhouse gas or clean energy targets and programs. It would require some assumptions be made around those entities so that we could do an accounting, but it would not impose any additional obligations within the market on those entities, nor any publication of data around those entities. The pieces of this are effectively a mechanism to allow load-serving entities and other market participants to claim designated or dedicated resources. We already have something like that anticipated for the EDAM for the entities within California to say, hey, this energy is contracted to me so that energy avoids the baseline counterfactual. The thought was that this has to be expanded to allow others outside of California have access to that same ability to register energy from specific resources. It then requires that somebody maintain a large database, that could be CAISO, that could be somebody else, that both tracks the actual dispatched megawatts and their associated emissions in the market, and then does the assignment to particular accounts, be it load serving entity accounts or state accounts, and then has an interface or reporting system that would allow that data to be spit out to particular entities, to regulators if needed, as well as some portion of that would be public data that would be available both for market participants and I think the public at large, because I think there is actually a lot of interest in getting better energy and emission data out of the markets. And then the final piece of this, which isn't necessarily part of the tracking system itself, but we need to have a consistent approach for how we do this. And I'm going to speak a little bit about what things I think have to be consistent and what don't need to be consistent. Next slide. Okay, so this is a question that I've encountered a couple of times, a couple of conversations, and the question is exactly, what is accuracy? Because I've said multiple times that I think we can aim for accuracy. And the pushback I get is, well, how can you have accuracy when, California might want to count emissions one way and Washington or Oregon may want to count emissions the other way? I guess my reaction to that would be that there's a difference between actually knowing exactly what megawatts and emissions were dispatched in the market at any one point in time, having a consistent framework for distributing those, and that framework could defer to different state regulatory programs or to different voluntary programs. But where we get the consistency, where we get the accuracy, where we get the avoiding of double counting is by assuring that each and every megawatt and the associated emissions with that megawatt can be held or assigned to only one entity at one point ever. And that's the accuracy test that is critical in my mind, is does the framework that we've set up, are we able to show after we've implemented the framework, done an assignment of energy and emissions to specific loads, and that could also be specific states that have specific loads, does that match the emissions that we actually knew were generated by the market in that point in time? And so I think that is really the critical test that we should be looking to meet in terms of the framework that we set up for greenhouse gas accounting. Since I can't see anybody, I'm just going to pause for a sec to see if there's any questions on that or comments.
Nothing in the room, and I'm not seeing anything online.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so I just want to reiterate again this concept of the residual market supply. And as I've said already, I think there is an expectation that load serving entities and other energy users would be able to claim or somehow ensure that energy that is owned or under contract to those to those entities would be assigned through an accounting framework to those entities so that the entity knows that nobody else can claim the emissions and the energy that I'm claiming. Well, what's left then, the unclaimed stuff, is what I think of as this residual market supply concept. It might start with energy from from resources owned by independent power producers, where we don't know whether there's a contract in place or there is not a contract in place. That starts in the market, but then it would also reflect the dedicated energy to individual load-serving entities or other entity users that is in excess of that entity's load in that particular interval, if it's an hour or whatever the time frame is that we're doing the accounting at. And so it is a residual mix in that it basically represents energy that is not dedicated to specific entities or to the greenhouse gas pricing states through the deeming of the market dispatch. I'm not going to run you through the formula. You can see that. Next slide. Okay, so now we're beginning to get into some of the issues that have come up in the comments. And one of the things that a number of commenters pointed out, and I agree with this, is that we don't necessarily have a one-size-fits-all approach. I think this framework is, the success of this framework is contingent on having rules for how we assign megawatts and emissions, but we're probably not going to be able to have the exact same rules for how those excess megawatts and emissions from an entity's load flow into the market. Some states may say it has to be done one way. Some other states may say it has to be done another way. Voluntary corporate users may have their own views. I don't think it's critical that we attempt to have a one-size-fits-all approach because, as I said, what is critical is that if entity A does it one way and entity B does it the other way, that's fine as long as entity A and entity B are not claiming the same megawatts and the same emissions. And similarly, anything that's in the residual mix isn't attributed to a specific, the first entity that claims that energy is designated. So as long as we make sure the megawatts are in only one of these big buckets, either an entity account or the residual account, then I think the accuracy is maintained. The proposal that I discussed at the last workshop had kind of worked from the concept of a portfolio approach where resources that a utility or other load-serving entity owns or is contracted and reflected in their IRP process, whatever, would be the default methodology for how you do this calculation of the excess, any excess energy that flows into the residual supply. I still think that makes the most sense where we don't have an entity that has made an election. In other words, if there are utilities in the market that don't care about accounting, however, we need to account to be able to get our numbers right, I think a reasonable assumption would be to just say, okay, we know these resources are owned by the utility, we're going to assign it to that. That said, I already know as well that there is interest in other ways of doing this. And for instance, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting. California, for instance, is doing something different in the power source disclosure and in the IRP planning for greenhouse gas targets for the utilities. And what that approach does is it essentially says, we'll allow you to count any gas resources in your portfolio is supplying the market mix first. So right there, there's an alternative way that an entity might want to do this the method for sending any excess into the residual supply. There may be other methods. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. I think it still works. You can accommodate different methods for that calculation as long as you ensure every single megawatt is only in one place. Next slide. And this is just a very simple example of what that might look like. So if the load-serving entity on the left decides it's going to do a portfolio emission factor, then it's going to, the 200 megawatts that it sends to the market are going to be assigned emissions at the 0.23 emission rate of its portfolio. The entity on the right, LSA2, has done something more analogous to California, where it says the gas first. So you see what happens, both have 200 megawatts of excess emissions that are flowing into the residual market supply. But that reduces the emissions associated with serving load more for LSE2 than it does for LSE1. And that's because it's, oh, sorry, there's an error. No, that's fine. The gas, you can't see it, but behind the scenes, I've assumed a gas rate of 0.45 metric tons per megawatt hour. But what you see is that the contributions to market supply has a bigger impact on LSA2 because it reduces the emissions assigned to their account by 90 metric tons, as opposed to LSE1, who only gets a reduction of 45 metric tons. Why don't I stop there for a second and see if there's any feedback?
Do we have any questions in the room? Not seeing any on the WebEx either.
Okay, next slide then. Okay, so the next issue that's come up is it surrounds this issue of null power, and that also begins to be is kind of adjacent to the double counting concern. And basically, the concern is that there for states or entities that have what I call a clean energy target or goal, which is like an RPS plus goal or an RPS style goal, that looks a little different in terms of the measurement than a greenhouse gas reduction program, because those entities will measure their compliance with the state programs based on the percentage of clean generation that is serving their overall load. Most of those programs have multi-year compliance periods, which means that there's a temporal element to those programs that doesn't exist in programs like the greenhouse gas pricing programs, Oregon's greenhouse gas reduction program, Colorado's greenhouse gas reduction program, where in those programs, cap and trade, the greenhouse gas reduction programs, the accounting is typically done on an hourly basis, which is why I think we're very interested in having, at the very least, hourly data. So we have an immediate mismatch of doing an accounting on an hourly basis in a market where we also have participants who are doing, say, 4-year accounting of clean energy. And an idea that I've heard proposed in another context is, well, this null power, the stuff that's in excess of an entity's load in an interval, but which the entity still wants to claim for this RPS compliance, we could deal with that by assigning emissions to that power when it flows into the residual emission rate. I do not like that idea because it immediately gives us the wrong result for the residual emission rate and incorrect accounting of emissions, because those are not real emissions. Those are things that we are imputing under the idea that it is something has been displaced. As an alternative, and recognizing that there is interest in knowing where null power is in the market and having transparency around this information, an alternative approach would be that we simply provide the volume, that the market operator calculates the volume of null power at any point in time. And again, it would have to be based on what the entities say is the proportion of their energy that's going into the residual market that is null power. The CAISO could keep a running tally of that and show that for each interval and say, this is the volume. And then it could create a second residual emission factor. The first one would be the correct one, which measures all the residual supply in the market. The second one would basically remove the megawatts of null power. And remember, these are non-emitting resources, so all you need to do is remove the megawatts, and then have basically a null power adjusted emission factor that is also published. And that would be higher than the first emission factor. Next slide. And this basically shows that concept. So if you look down below, so the energy claim for RPS clean energy programs, that's the idea that that would be null power. And so the first emission factor, where's my first emission factor? My first emission factor is 0.35 because it's got 1,000 megawatts in there. The second emission factor removes the null power megawatts from the emission, from the residual calculation, and results in a higher emission factor than the first. I'll stop here again.
Yeah, go ahead, Kathleen.
Thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Claire, do you mind if I ask a clarifying question? I'm trying to think through what this means in context of kind of where my head has been in the last couple of days. So like in my examples this morning, I had a wind resource with 200 megawatts of upper economic limit or PMAX, and the load in that area was 100 megawatts. I'm assuming this wind resource, and kind of implicit in that scenario is that it's potentially being used for, in this area, there may also be some RPS goals or so an RPS CEP kind of item. So if we looked at it from the BA level, kind of counterfactual, the counterfactual would be 100 megawatts against that 100 megawatt load, with 100 megawatts that could then be inked up and provide kind of residual supply. Is that 100 megawatt from the 100 to 200 what you mean by null power?
I lost track of your numbers there.
It's okay.
The
load, so the load is 100, the resource is 200 megawatts. 100 megawatts of it is serving that load.
Yep.
100 megawatts could be serving.
Yeah. Okay. Now
the
I follow.
GHG area.
Yeah.
Is
so
that
there's
null power, or is that something different?
And let's say it's something, let's use 150 just so we have a number that's not 100. So load's 100, and let's say that resource is dispatched at 150. The entity that operates at BAA intends to claim the full 150 megawatts from that resource. But its load in that interval is only 100. So 50 megawatts is flowing into the market. So that would be the null power. It's 50 megawatts that goes into the market, but is still going to be claimed by that entity toward this compliance with the RPS.
That's really helpful. Now, in your mind, does that change if, let's say, none of it is allocated to load in the GHG reference pass? And maybe put my question differently. In your mind, is this all independent of any market action?
Yeah,
how they would claim it, or
I should have made that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have made this clear. I don't see this as being related to the reference pass or the baselines at all. The process of claiming a resource by recording energy from a resource as being dedicated to particular loads is actually something I personally think should happen before a market run, because I think ideally you would want to make sure that that energy isn't accounted anywhere else, and can't be deemed anymore what else if it's dedicated outside of a greenhouse gas pricing state. But it's that process of claiming the resource is independent of the market run. The accounting, the actual, putting in numbers to the account for LSE1, LSE2 residual supply is post the market run, because it would be based on what was actually dispatched in that interval. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's super helpful. Thank you.
And I guess two other things I would point out here. I don't personally have a concern with say that 50 megawatts of wind being in this unadjusted residual emission rate. So if the let's say that 50 megawatts results in the first residual emission rate, the actual one of 0.35, if you take it out, it goes up slightly. I personally don't have any problem with it being contained in the first one, because this is still going to be unspecified energy. The fact that that null power is in the market mix doesn't mean it can be claimed by anybody else as specified. It, in my view, is creating a more accurate market emission rate, which, a state that potentially allows unspecified imports could use that emission rate instead of the default emission rate that states have been using that's over 15 years old now. The other thing I would argue is that states that have elected to do RPS or clean energy accounting, they're not counting emissions. That is not what those programs do for compliance. And I think actually California has recognized this for years, which is why, what they do in the power source disclosure does an emission counting separate from the RPS counting. And the two accounting systems really are not the same thing. But if a state is concerned about this null power going into the market mix, the availability of a null power adjusted residual might be sufficient to address those concerns, because that has then resulted in a residual mix that doesn't reflect them. The other thing just that occurred to me, the way that an entity chooses, the method that it chooses to allow the excess to flow into the market mix might also be relevant here. Because, for instance, if one of these entities decided it was going to do the gas first, depending on how much clean energy you have compared to your load at any one time, being able to send the gas off first means you're less likely to have to it means you're less likely that any of that null power will flow into the market supply. Are there more questions?
Yeah, we have 2 questions on the WebEx, so we can go to Todd.
Hi, thanks so much, Claire. So there's a couple things I wanted to say. First, I don't really like the way that we're sort of referring to RPS to sort of capture a variety of different, potential types of policy. RPS, the actual RPS is policy that is not accounting for emissions is, that's correct. But there are other policies that I think you're referring to when you talk about RPS type policies, some that are, load-based or procurement-based, but that are accounting for emissions and that are using RECs. So I just wanted to make that distinction. I think a better distinction to make would be to refer to load-based emissions accounting versus source-based emissions accounting, which would include things like cap and trade. The second thing I wanted to say was that I think that sorry, I want to sort of go back to something else that I wrote down here. You talked about the 2 different residual mix emissions factors, and you described the first one as being sort of the correct one. I just wanted to make the point that the second one that's sort of adjusted for null power is not incorrect. It is correct for load-based accounting and transactions that have occurred outside of the market. It is correct that those megawatt hours be treated as specified or allocated outside of the market and not included in the residual mix. So I agree. I think that the correct way to do that is to remove that generation, that quantity of generation from the residual mix, and not to assign emissions to it. I agree with you that would distort the total amount of emissions. But the idea that null power should be assigned emissions is a correct one, where states or programs have said that the RECs convey those direct emissions. And going back to something I said earlier, I don't think it's necessary that all the states agree in terms of whether that constitutes double counting or whether the RECs for their programs, depending on whether they're load-based or source-based, do convey those direct emissions claims. I think what's important, and I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're sort of saying the same thing in that as long as there is an exclusive sort of retail claim and an effort to make sure that attributes and emissions that are allocated outside of the market using different market instruments are reflected in an adjusted residual mix. I think that residual mix can then be used by the state programs that do recognize that, under their programs. I think there's some other issues around how to deal with, the contracted and owned generation for which the attributes have been sold outside of the market. But again, I would say that it's not a imputing false emissions. They're not a false emissions. They're your emissions if you sold the zero outside of the market. So I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. And just to reiterate, when I say accurate, it's against the test that I proposed several slides back, which is that at any given point in time in the market, depending on which resources are being dispatched, there is an actual emission rate. And that, you can get, not actually emission rate, there's a total number of emissions that if we knew the emission factor of all those resources, multiplied them by the dispatch amount, added them up, we know a number. That is a knowable number. So the accuracy test in my mind for this sort of framework is, can you get to that number by allocating or assigning emissions and energy in a consistent manner? And if we can do that, I think that's the accurate approach. I completely agree with you that how entities account either for other state programs or for their own purposes or corporate goals is up to that entity, and it may be completely appropriate and correct for that accounting program, but that's a different standard that I'm suggesting that this framework for the accounting, the market accounting, should aspire to. Is there another question?
We do. We have a question from Mary Wenke.
Thank you. This is Mary Winke from the Public Generating Pool. I have more of a comment than a question. And I do think, reflected in the conversation that Claire and Todd just had, there are a lot of policy questions wrapped up in this topic. And I think there are, maybe not two discrete ways, but two kind of philosophical approaches to accounting that have grown up over time for different purposes. And they are both relatively mature accounting systems. And there are places where they kind of directly conflict. And so I think there's a lot of policy discussion that may still be needed here to either decide to go one way or the other, or decide that trying to reconcile the two approaches isn't worthwhile. But in the meantime, I really think that this is a very important element of this design to enable this flexibility to reflect this concept of null power. Maybe in the future it won't be needed if we can resolve some of these philosophical and policy questions, but in the meantime, I think market participants will very much need this flexibility to identify and reflect null power within this accounting framework that we're talking about. Thanks.
Any more questions or comments?
Nothing else.
Okay, next slide, please. I don't know that this was raised in comments, but this is something that WPTF has raised a number of times with respect to the average emission factor. And it's with respect to how you handle energy storage when you're doing greenhouse gas accounting. And I think we all recognize that charging, discharging of storage resources effectively time shifts both the megawatts and the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with the charging. You're requiring more generation to be dispatched while where storage resources is charging, and then you're releasing some of that generation later when it discharges. I spent quite a bit of time and went into quite a rabbit hole trying to figure out exactly how to make this work within the counting system, recognizing that we've got this residual supply mix, low entity specific accounting, and then we've got different sort of resource models for storage resources. Some of those storage resources are clearly going to be dedicated to specific load serving entities, where some of them may be market resources that just respond to market conditions and charge and discharge in response to price. And what I realized is we have to treat them a little differently in terms of how we do the accounting. On the entity specific side, if a utility has a storage resource that's dedicated to it, the simplest way to handle the accounting is to simply adjust that entity's load. So the entity's got retail load, and then when a storage resource is charged, it has some additional increment of storage load that adds to that. And that results in more megawatts and associated emissions being assigned to that entity than if that storage resource was not charging. On the flip side of that, when the storage resource is discharged, that effectively reduces the entity's load because some of that load is being met by the discharge of the storage resource. Again, you attribute emissions from the entity's portfolio or the market based on what that adjusted load is, but there's no need to separately track the emissions associated with charging when a storage resource is dedicated to particular load serving entities. In contrast, it's a bit more complicated for the storage resources because we aren't necessarily tracking, we're not really tracking a market load, but those storage resources are having an effect on the overall need for generation. And so the way that I think it makes sense to handle storage resources is when a resource is when a resource is charging, you simply assign emissions to that resource at the residual emission factor for that hour, just like you would if if market energy was being attributed to a load serving entity. When that resource is then discharged, you bring those emissions over. So let's say you had 100 megawatts of charging, and then let's say you have 85 megawatts of discharging. Well, then when the resource is discharged, you put that 85 megawatts and then the full emission rate of whatever the full emissions at the residual emission rate from the previous interval. So we've just basically shifted both the megawatts and the emissions across time. Now this assumes that you'd be assigning emissions on charging based on the residual emission factor, but there's no reason we couldn't also allow specific generating resources to be dedicated to specific market storage resources so that the emissions that are attributed during storage or during charging to those resources reflects a particular resource as opposed to the market residual. And next slide has kind of an example of this. Okay, so this is the entity level storage. And you'll see that, where's my storage line? So I've got a separate line for storage and storage charging and discharging. And you'll see that there's 80 megawatts charging. I've put in an efficiency loss or round trip efficiency loss. And that basically in the next hour puts 68 megawatts back into the system. So at the time the resource is charging, I haven't changed the entity's retail load at all. I haven't changed the entity's generation portfolio mix at all. The only thing I've changed is the storage and discharging of the resource. When the resource is charging, total emissions to that entity is 208 metric tons in this example, because more energy and emissions was needed to put into that 80 megawatts of charging. When it's discharged later, that reduces its effective total energy, and it reduces the total emissions. So again, same retail load, only difference in hour 1 and hour 2 is what the storage resource is doing. Any questions or comments here? And I'm going to have one more on the market storage example.
Not seeing any questions.
Okay, next slide. And here's the example of a market storage resource. So in this case, we've got 150 megawatts charged in hour 1, and that gets assigned an emission factor of 0.18, which is the residual emission factor in that hour. So that results in 27 metric tons of emissions associated with that 150 megawatts of charging. In hour 2, that resource discharges. And again, we've had round trip efficiency loss, so it only puts in 128 megawatts. And then that whole 27 metric tons from the previous hour is also added in hour 2. So we've just time shifted the energy and emissions from hour 1 to hour 2. That results in a higher that results in basically the hour 2 residual emission factor, in this case, without storage, was 0.27 megawatts. If you're just looking at the resource, the generating resource mix, it would be 0.27. We moved over the 128 megawatts that was charged in a previous hour when emissions were lower. That reduces the actual residual emission factor slightly to 0.26. And so in the case of market storage resources, we're effectively going to have a line that tracks, we're going to have the ability to track the charging and the discharging across time to get an accurate emission factor. And if you if you dive into the spreadsheet that I did, you'll see when we get to a spreadsheet that I've done 3 different intervals and then a roll up. But this actually works when you roll up across hours as well. I'll stop here. Any questions?
We have a question in the room from Todd Ryan.
Hey, Claire, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. This looks very well thought out, and I really appreciate your effort. I guess one question I have is, there would probably be a generator somewhere would the generator be assigned the 27 tons and then the storage in hour 1? Or am I missing something? Like, it seems like, to me, like in hour 1, maybe it should be negative 27, reflecting the fact that like you're pulling those emissions out of that hour and moving it to hour 2, or maybe I'm missing something.
So the emissions and the emissions in the market come only from release of energy from something, right? They come from either a generator or from storage being discharged. When, again, you'll see it a little clearer if you look at the spreadsheet. These 27 megawatts in hour 1 aren't actually assigned anywhere yet. They're just being assigned to the charging. So let's say that's a particular resource, or maybe it's aggregated across a charging line item. Those 27 megawatts in hour 1 are assigned for storage charging. They do not impact the residual emission factor, because the residual emission factor is based on what was actually discharged or generated in the market in that hour. So the fact that they are not accounted or not assigned, I should say, they are accounted, but they're not assigned in hour 1, doesn't change the total emissions, nor does it change the 0.18 residual emission factor. It's just basically we're treating that storage charging as a load, and then we're keeping track of it and moving it over to hour 2. In hour 2, because it's discharging, it's putting both megawatts into the market, and we know those megawatts were associated with the 27 metric tons previously. We have to this is the point where we put those into the market. That then raises the residual emission rate, and then those 27 metric tons become assigned in hour 2, because some entities will be taking market energy at the residual emission rate. So in hour 2, those 27 tons effectively get assigned to somebody or somebody's.
Okay, I see what your intent is. I'll have to dig into the spreadsheet. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Other
We have a,
questions?
yeah, we have a hand up in the WebEx from Todd Jones.
Hi, Claire. Thank you for, this is Todd Jones with CRS. Thank you for thinking through the storage question. I think I really like the approach, and I forget, so there's market storage and I forget what the other category is, sort of entity specific storage. But the idea of treating the entity specific storage as load makes a lot of sense to me, and then sort of proposing assigning the residual mix to the market storage also makes sense. I think that means that you can't get sort of resource specific or specified power from storage, which means that you couldn't use it to sort of meet clean power goals. But I think that may be the only way to do it for batteries that can be charged by the grid and that are constantly charging and discharging. We had another idea in the past about using certificates in order to sort of verify resource specific charging and discharging on a battery. But I think with what you're doing, sort of doing this on an hourly basis in the market, that using the residual mix is I think the only way to do that. But I wanted to confirm that you're sort of thinking about that in the same way as I am. Thanks.
No, I don't think this precludes storage from being specified. And I had said a few slides back, I think there's 2 ways that a storage resource could be a specified energy. One is it could be a market resource that's not committed to a specific load, but actually has a relationship, a contract with say a solar resource on the grid that's in the market, so that the storage resource, even though it's sitting there in the market, it has a contract to all the solar, and it could choose to only be assigned, it's only, you could treat that as only being charged by solar, for instance. I think it, that gets you into all the, how do you do that tracking, along with what I think you suggested you're thinking. The other thing that this opens up, if we went this way, and if states like this approach, you could have the possibility that even a storage resource has a different emission rate at different times, which I think you actually want to do. If you want, I don't think we should be creating incentives around greenhouse gas accounting that undermine what we want them to do in terms of carbon, which is we want them to charge when emissions on the grid are low and discharge when emissions on the grid are high. I think we're fortunate in that those two times when emissions are low, power prices are likely going to be low. So there's already a financial incentive there for resources to charge when power prices are low. But I don't think we want to say, oh, you have to have the same, you get the same emission factor regardless of whether you charge when there's heavy hydro or heavy surplus as you do when we've got gas peakers running and emissions are pretty high on the grid. So I think, I don't know if we would call that a specified resource or a more dynamic, unspecified rate that charging might be able to avail itself with.
Okay, so the market storage category that uses the residual mix is really only for batteries that don't have contracts with specified clean power.
No, it's the market category is for resources that don't have contracts with specific load.
Okay.
So market resources, I would think, could have a contract with specified gen.
Yes. Okay, so this example is where they don't.
this is an example where they don't.
Okay.
But I don't intend that it would preclude the possibility that they could have a contract with a clean resource.
Okay, thank you.
Others?
Nothing else.
And just for everybody who's masochistic enough to go into that spreadsheet, this thing really gave me a headache working this out. So I can't. I tried to QC my worksheet, and I think it's working. But if you find anything, let me know. Okay, next slide. Where are we? Okay. As I said earlier, I think there's a little bit of a wrinkle for utilities and other load spring entities inside greenhouse gas pricing areas, so California and Washington. You know, we know SB 100 is coming for California. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like in terms of what the client compliance rules look like. But we already have CETA in Washington. So the Washington utilities have the Clean Energy Transformation Act. And then we have the greenhouse gas pricing in both those states. So I think there's two different aspects that need to be considered with respect to assigning energy and emissions to load spring entities within those pricing areas. The first thing is how we treat the excess of in an entity's portfolio. So if we took this approach and we used it to assign emissions to, sorry, my cat's doing something crazy, to utilities in California, there may be a time when, say, the dedicated energy for Pacific Gas and Electric is long. Pacific Gas and Electric has excess energy, but in the same interval, Edison is short. Because we, as a general rule, do not want carbon costs running out of the system, and because we, as a general rule, are only deeming or attributing more energy from outside the state when it's economic to do so, we need to think about assigning any excess from a load spring entity within a greenhouse gas pricing area to any other entity in the greenhouse gas pricing area that is short in the same interval. That prevents costs from being smeared into the market. And it also helps to ensure that, you know, the resources that are already priced in California because they have emissions cost are serving other load where it's economic. So other entities that have an emission cost for those resources. The other thing to think about, and again, I'm looking ahead to SB 100, but it's also potentially relevant for CETA. The model we have for EDAM is there's two ways that power comes into the greenhouse gas pricing zone, the greenhouse gas pricing area. One is the stuff that's already contracted to load within California or to Washington, and therefore gets around the counterfactual. It's not subject to the counterfactual. The other way, though, is that we have this counterfactual, and this morning's conversation aside, that counterfactual will enable some surplus energy, and it may be clean, it may be gas, it may be something else, but that is the other avenue by which energy can be deemed to serve California load or to Washington load. I think it's worth thinking about as we move towards 2030, SB 100 kicks in, CETA kicks in. If the pricing programs are pulling in surplus clean energy, I think that we should think about whether, and this may be, there's obviously a regulatory question here, but I think it's worth thinking about whether there would be some possibility of providing a mechanism that allows that surplus energy to be matched to specific load spring entities and transfer of RECs in the case of CETA or SB 100, if that's relevant, such that, again, the RECs that would be needed for certainly CETA compliance in Washington come in with the clean energy. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like in terms of how it would work, but I think it's a topic that's worth thinking about. Next slide. And this is just basically the concept. So if you look at, I have two entities with different load profiles. Entity 2 has actually more dedicated generation than it has load. Entity 1 actually has more load than it has dedicated generation. So down below in the red, the inter-greenhouse gas pricing zone adjustment, this gets to the concept of before you assign anything else to entity 1, you should look first at assigning this additional 100 megawatts from entity 2 to entity 1. So that 27 metric tons moves out of LSC's 2 account and into LSC's 1 account. The other thing in here is that I've got a line on surplus attribution, and this is a fairly simple example. But the idea is that if there were a surplus attribution into the greenhouse gas pricing area and one entity is short and the other entity is not short, then it seems reasonable to me that you would want to assign that surplus energy to the entity that is short in terms of its dedicated energy. And questions?
We do have a hand raised from Lindsay Schleckaway.
Hi, Lindsay Schleckaway with NV Energy. Could you go back to the last slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So Claire, on this slide, I'm not sure I'm quite following sub-bullet 2 on the first bullet point. I guess, are you stating that if we went through this method that, in an example, if say California was in an excess solar situation, then that they would have to include the residual emissions rate as their GHG costs for the solar that would go into the non-GHG zone? Is that accurate? I guess is that what you're proposing?
Well, I'm proposing that you consider generation within the greenhouse gas pricing area as serving any load need within that pricing area first. And I think that is implicit in the EDAM design, because if there's an export situation, and at Kelly's examples, we're looking at this morning, if California is exporting and there is a greenhouse gas price in California, then that price is going to flow out into the LMPs outside California. And yes, we can't get around that, but, and this is, again, this doesn't impact the dispatch, but it's suggesting that you do an accounting that is consistent with that dispatch. So let's say we have, let's say it's an interval where we don't have an export from California, we still have imports, but we have an entity that is long in California in terms of its dedicated generation compared to its load. The accounting should match the fact that that energy stays within California. And so you don't put the energy from a California resource into the market residual outside California. There's almost a sub market because of this, I don't want to call it a barrier, but the fact that we do have this carbon price at the border of California. And I'm probably not helping clarify this.
Yeah, I think I'm still confused. I'm just not sure. Is this just fixing a reporting, like a report on the residual emissions amount that is within the market footprint, or does this actually impact how, say, renewables or excess generation from California would be, does this impact the amount that they would have to include in that GHG emissions rate that's included in those LMPs that would flow through to the market? That's what I'm not sure of.
Yeah, and I don't think it does, but I think I want to think on this more. I do, My gut says there's kind of a sub mark, we are kind of almost creating a sub market emission rate for California and potentially Washington. I would have to think through more the implications, whether there's any implication in terms of the dispatch and or the general market design. I guess my takeaway is I think there is some particular wrinkles we need to make sure align for how we're doing the greenhouse gas pricing areas.
Okay, I'd be curious once you think on that further, what would happen and what would occur in that situation. But thank you.
Anything else?
I'm not seeing any in the room.
Okay, next slide, and I think this is the last one. Keep going. Yeah, and this is just letting you know what's in that Excel spreadsheet. It's in the materials. You don't need, I didn't want to walk through it. It basically, the setup is there's 5 different load serving entities. 2 are inside a greenhouse gas pricing zone. And then there's a non-greenhouse gas area. And the intent is that that encompasses in aggregate load serving entities that don't have regulatory or voluntary greenhouse gas goals or greenhouse gas energy targets. I'm doing this as I'm calling these load serving entities as a simplification, but my intent is you could do this accounting for the energy users who want to do that. And for each, it's got basically 3 different intervals and a roll up across those intervals, because what I was trying to do is test my accuracy goal, which is I can figure out how many emissions were in the market in any hour. Can I make that align with how I account and assign emissions in that hour? And does that accuracy persist if I roll up across the 3 intervals? And I think it does. It's got more complex examples than what I walked through here today. You can play with it. The numbers that are in there that are highlighted in blue are values that need to be entered. I've also created kind of an introductory slide to explain how to use it. Again, I apologize because I may have made some mistakes in here, but I think it's working. I'm not the best Excel jockey, so there's probably easier ways to do what I did, but I encourage you to have at it and let me know if you find any problems or have any more questions.
All right. Thank you, Claire. It looks like we have one question in the room.
Hi, Claire. Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric again. Apologies for maybe missing this or not asking this sooner, but is your vision for this more like Oasis in the sense that everyone can see the data, or is it more like the market results interface where, each entity can see the data they need for their own compliance issues?
I think both. I would not say that what's published is entity specific unless an entity wants it to be specific. But I think you could take this data. So you would have a market interface so that you could go in and get your particular report. You could generate something that you could, share with the CPUC or whoever you have to share that with. But then there would also be a public interface that would have data in aggregate, and that data aggregation could have different ways of stratifying it across, like market regions, across time, across, I think getting into the details about how frequently that's published, whether it's done on a state-by-state basis, whether it's done on a, certainly something like the residual market emission factor, I think would be a valuable data point to have published often, as soon as possible after a market one. But these are things I think need to be further discussed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, my first gut reaction is that entity specific data would more closely address the problem statements that have been raised, more so than the publicly facing ones. But, that's a gut reaction. I'm happy to hear more.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and I agree with this. And the intent is that to create a framework that could create both. And I think, the entity specific data is I expect would be considered confidential or certainly sensitive. So I think my assumption was that entities would not want that published, but maybe I'm wrong.
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Yeah, I had been kind of noodling what that might look like, and I definitely, you're not wrong. Our specific market outcomes and how they're accounted for, we would consider that confidential, even when released from it's normally redacted. So definitely not wrong. When I hear you talk about this, there is a model that I kind of am thinking of. So like OD operates a database for transmission and e-tags. That is market participant level data. The open access transmission information database, you can only see your own information with your specific certificate. So like when I have worked in OD, that makes sense. But as a regulator, there's actually different ways to engage with that database than a market participant. There is very specific criteria associated with that and a lot of vetting. But I do know that there is ways that regulators can have different types of access to the data in that. And so like a regulator might be able to look at even an aggregate participant by participant report format out of a database like that, as long as it, of course, was subject to confidentiality and had its own rigor around it. I don't know how I haven't thought through this, so I don't know necessarily how I feel about that information. There is sensitivity, of course, especially from a state regulator perspective. That's different than a federal regulator. I'm probably much more comfortable with the federal regulator having that access than a state regulator, just because of the FOIA aspect to it, where anyone can ask information of a state regulator and they generally have to release it. So those are some of the confidentiality issues I think you'd have to work through if you were to set up a database like this. But I just wanted to offer that I actually do have some sort of model that I have experience with where there's that kind of access only for regulators.
And that there's one more slide, but we don't need to share it. It's I just included the terminology that I had used in the last workshop, and I probably deviated a little from it today, but we don't need to go through this.
All right. Thank you, Claire. I'm not seeing any other questions in the room or anything online. So thank you. And I think that takes us into a break before we come back and hear from Kelsey from PNM. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:05 Pacific time. All right, everyone. We are going to kick things back off with our last presentation for today. We have Kelsey Martinez from Public Service Company of New Mexico on the line with us. So if we can move to the next slide, I will hand things over to Kelsey for her presentation.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. All right, thanks for sticking with me today. It's been a long day. I think my presentation is not as complicated, so maybe it will be a little easier to end the day with something simple like this. And it's simple because it's real and it's happening now. So I'm going to just be talking about kind of how the overlap of our state law that's currently in effect is interacting with our PNM's EIM participation, and how CAISO's trying to help us deal with that and make plans going forward. And really, why we're concerned about, in particular, problem statement 7, or any market design or policy that's focused on non-priced GHG states and programs. So I'm with PNM, as we mentioned, Kelsey Martinez. I'm the Director of regional markets and transmission strategy and have very limited knowledge or experience with all of these GHG conversations. So really appreciate this working group and especially the focus and attention to non-priced GHG programs. The meetings I have attended were all kind of focused on the priced states. So I'm just thankful that we have a forum to talk about this. And hopefully PNM can kind of help pave the way a little bit for states with similar programs that aren't in their compliance period yet, but will be in a few years. Next slide. So just real quick, I'll talk about the New Mexico Energy Transition Act, how we're kind of having to make some assumptions about how it may be calculated and how that is affecting our EIM participation. What we're doing to try to partner with CAISO and figure out how to improve our performance given these limitations with this working group and with some other things that are taking place outside of the working group. And then next steps, like what we support. Thanks. Next slide. All right, so here I'm kind of just starting with the actual letter of the law. This is all we have to go on right now. So in 2019, this law was passed, the New Mexico Energy Transition Act. It included several different aspects, and one of them is what everyone should consider a non-priced carbon reduction program. So Section 10D, I'm not going to read it all, but it basically says that a qualifying utilities generation that's designated to serve retail customers, plus any PPAs 24 months or longer, can't emit on average more than 400 pounds of carbon dioxide. And that started January 1st of 2023, so more than a year ago. And then it will move to 200 pounds January 1st of 2032. PNM, even though it says January 1st, 2023, we didn't meet the definition of a qualifying utility until November. So we're considering that our clock started November of 2023. And so the law, the last sentence here left it up to the New Mexico Commission to adopt the rules to implement the requirements. So basically, we're still waiting, and I know they're working on it, on the details of how we'll be allowed to calculate it, exactly measure it, and report it. And also missing here is any kind of associated penalties with non-compliance. So we're acting very conservatively because we don't want to be in a position where the rulemaking comes out and we're already kind of too deep to regain our compliance, and there's some huge penalty associated with it. So we've had to make some assumptions on how it might be calculated and measured, and operate under those assumptions until we get the rulemaking, and then we may adjust our plan from there. I also wanted to point out that this is very separate from another part of the Energy Transition Act, which was RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard. And we've just from our perspective, we've found it helpful to completely separate those discussions, and especially about the measurements. It gets very complicated when you try to throw RECs into a carbon reduction program discussion, because we understand we need to comply and minimize any double counting and any leakage in both programs, but the calculation and the discussions get very complicated when you throw them together. So just some hopefully words of wisdom for other states looking at how they might start calculating these things. It's helpful to have them separate even in discussions with stakeholders and that kind of thing. And my last bullet here, I put maybe because I'm not 100% sure, but I think that PNM is the first utility subject to compliance from a state legislated non-price GHG reduction requirement. That makes us, it makes our discussion here a little bit more urgent, and we're not really looking at this from a perspective of day-ahead market design and future tools and nice to haves. We're really focused on this because it's affecting our utility now, today, currently. Thanks. Next slide. So this graphic here is from the PNM's Integrated Resource Plan, and it just shows the top row is kind of where we're at with the percentage generation from emission-free sources. The second row is the renewable portfolio standards, so our requirements for timeframes 2025, 2030, all the way to 2040. And then the last row there is what I'm talking about here today. So in 2022, we were at 903 pounds of carbon, and now in 2024, we need to be in the 400 area, and by 2023, we need to get down to 200. And the challenging part is that the two programs don't align with like difficulty to meet operationally, you could say. So for instance, PNM is already at more than, I think it's over 60% on our renewable portfolio standards. So we're already meeting, you know, we're exceeding performance even when you look at a 2030 expectation. So we're very easily meeting our renewable portfolio standards, but then we're really struggling to meet the carbon intensity goals. So it's hard that they're not aligned operationally, and it's you know, I think it's just something we can all learn from in developing these programs going forward. So as I mentioned, we're having to make some assumptions on the details, and we're operating under a plan that is not going to put us underwater when we get our rulemaking, but it has created a lot of challenges. So we're basically operating under kind of a calculation methodology for that 400 pounds that's using kind of a portfolio emission rate, so an average portfolio emission rate. So my first bullet here, I made one mistake, so I'll correct myself here. But what we're doing right now to create our operational plan for 2024 is we're summing all of our carbon from, from all of our GHG emitting resources, and we're dividing it by PNM generation plus the PPA. So just total generation megawatt hours from PNM resources and our PPAs greater than 24 months. So it's really like an average portfolio emission rate that we're using. And we're assuming a yearly average. We don't know if they'll say, hey, you have to report every 3 years, but you have to hit that 400 mark every year. They could come back with an every month. It could be every day. We don't know yet, but we're thinking that yearly makes sense for our operational plan. And so we're trying to meet that 400 mark every year, as opposed to being able to perform poorly one year and make up for it in another year. And then our plan, even though we're getting to that 400 number over a year, we had to develop a monthly carbon usage plan. So we basically just split it into 12 months and we're trying to hit numbers each month. And that's going to, maximize our usage of our gas units in the summer months when we mostly need them, obviously, for just meeting loads. And we've also had to consider some other reliability needs, like must-run transmission-related dispatches. So when there's system operating limit exceedances in the load-serving areas, and we have to run generation to kind of counterflow those, we had to consider, carbon for those types of dispatches as well. Next slide. So this, and our thinking has evolved. So I don't want to make it seem like we want these three calculation methodologies, but when we were developing a plan for 2024, we were looking at possible ways that we could make an assumption on the rulemaking and how it could potentially be calculated. And what's interesting here is that it really matters. The details of what you include and how you calculate it really matter. So we took our 2023 generation and load data and put it into these three calculations. They all have the same numerator, which is just the straight pounds of carbon from all of our resources and our PPAs. And option one, we divided it by our retail load megawatt hours. Option two, which is what we based our plan on, we divided it by the total PNM plus PPA generation megawatt hours. And option three was retail load plus off-system sales. I'll pause here and point out a fact with the ETA language again real quick. So the ETA language was written in 2019. That was before PNM anticipated being in EIM. And so the language does not, it's just mute on, sorry, my phone. It doesn't mention any kind of market related like transactions. And, we don't think that was maybe the intent, because more and more of our transactions are going to be through regional markets. Today, it's a huge part of our serving our load. And when we go into a day-ahead market, it's only going to increase. So we really want a calculation methodology that's going to kind of realize the regional markets are the biggest influence on how we meet these. So we're not asking to ignore EIM transactions in our calculation methodology, but the ETA language kind of leaves it open-ended right now. So yeah, as you can see, 610 for one methodology, 568 for another, and 423 for another. We didn't just pick and propose to use the lowest one. One thing that we are considering is that we need to have almost real-time visibility of our performance here. And if we're relying too much on like after the fact reporting or accounting, it will make it more difficult for operators and our wholesale group to make informed decisions on when to use our gas resources. So we really want almost like a dashboard feel where we can look at our weight to date and look at where, what our monthly plan says. And then we'll be able to make better real-time decisions. So that was kind of why option 2 was our baseline here, because it's very easy to calculate in real time. We can understand our performance very easily. I'll pause for questions right now in case there were any.
Not seeing any.
Okay, next slide. So what we've found is that it's really hard to participate in EIM when you have limitations on your gas resources. And we're working through it, but for instance, in February, PNM had 74% of all the flex ramp failures in the market. So we get data from CAISO that lists all of the resource sufficiency test failures. And in February, PNM had 74% of those for the flex ramp. And also our benefits at the BA level were cut by 75% compared to February of 2023. And I don't want to make an assumption that that's completely due to this limitation. There were other factors involved like gas prices, but I think it's very clear that the trend was downwards. And we think a lot of that was based on our inability to fully participate in EIM with our gas units. So I think most people on the call are pretty familiar with EIM and the resource sufficiency tests, but I just wanted to point out that, to qualify for flex ramp capacity and meet those requirements ahead of market runs, your units that can move, that can be dispatched, so basically your gas units or batteries, they must be bid into the market. So if you have units sitting there and we can't use them because of our carbon emission, then they can't be bid into the market without risk of getting dispatched, and then they don't count for flex ramp capacity. So we're having to balance bidding those units in and having them brought online. So we've thrown around, we've tried a few different strategies and we're getting help on how to strategically do that, but it is a challenge. So, and just to further go down that path, when you do fail a flex ramp interval, so those are 15-minute intervals, then your transactions through the EIM market are limited in the direction of failure. And as a result, your EIM benefits are degraded. So for instance, if you fail in the import direction, so you didn't have the ability to, move your units down quickly enough, then your imports are going to be limited. I might have that backwards, but in the import direction, then then you're forced to use your own resources to serve your load, and those might not be the lowest cost resources. And so your ratepayers are paying more for energy in that. And we see that definitely as a problem because we need to balance the benefits to the customers, which go directly to them through the fuel and power purchase clause. So any savings from EIM go directly to our customers. So we really want to make sure that we're balanced and those benefits are not causing, creating affordability issues for our customers. And what we've seen is that, even when we add, when we raise our bid prices to try to discourage getting a market award for our gas units, the market awards, they could get dispatched even if it has, kind of a big price. So I think we were adding $60 at one point. We've tried $40. A lot of times the resources are still getting dispatched. So there's not really a surefire way to make sure your resource doesn't get dispatched, but still have it participating in the market, like for reliability reasons. So I mentioned FlexRamp is the most difficult, but balancing is also a challenge. So when we don't have, so PNM has a lot of solar and wind. So just regulating without our gas units is obviously a challenge, and it's forced us to use our batteries to regulate a great deal of time. And that's making our batteries kind of operate not in a financially beneficial like arbitrage model, but just accounting for ACE and EIM balancing. Next slide. So we came to CAISO with our challenges here and we're working closely with CAISO both through this working group and through independent meetings to really try to understand the existing tools that are available for controlling our dispatch. And we've been pointed in some great directions, but none of them apply very specifically to our limitations. So right away, CAISO alerted us to use limited resource status. And that's basically for people who don't know what that is or haven't heard of it. It's for resources that maybe have limitations due to design considerations or environmental restrictions or qualifying contractual limitations. So that's great. And we're applying for that status, but it's complicated because those are applied to individual units, but PNM's restrictions are at the portfolio level. So it's pretty hard to turn a portfolio requirement into an individual resource application status into CAISO. But we're getting a little bit creative and we're doing that anyway to try to use that tool. And I'm sure CAISO will help us continue that conversation and see if we could work with them to figure out how to do that most effectively. The other hard part is that, we're assuming kind of a yearly time horizon to meet that 400-pound requirement. So obviously the market horizon does not look out a year. So there's obviously times when we'd want to use the gas and times when we wouldn't. And the market is not going to be able to really take that yearly time horizon into account when making dispatch awards to our units. And so for this reason, PNM really wants a calculation methodology that's going to allow us to participate with our gas units and kind of allow for an evolution similar to kind of solutions that Claire presented, where we could, the calculation methodology could really utilize some of that much more accurate data once it's available. So we're hoping that even if we get a calculation methodology that does not include that kind of data from our PRC in the near term, we're hoping that it could evolve and we could change the rulemaking or have an opportunity to change the rulemaking once we get better market tools with more accurate data. And this is all why we're really committed to being involved in the market design and policy evolutions through this working group. Next slide. So we're in considerations for a calculation methodology. what we've found is that even since we started talking through this last year, is that the topic is just rapidly evolving. And, as I mentioned, non-price GHG programs were pretty much ignored until now. So now all of this discussion is happening, and now I have a lot more information, and PNM has, better ideas in how we would hope to calculate our carbon reduction. And we really think that it's important to have a calculation methodology that follows the intent of our Energy Transition Act, but recognizes the need for market participation. As I stated, our customers are the direct beneficiaries of savings. And, I think we all are aligned here. We know that the EIM supports over the wide footprint fewer renewable curtailments, and regional markets are in the long run the way we're going to all get to our carbon goals. So we're not wanting to, shoot ourselves in the foot and not participate in these markets effectively just because of our state law calculation methodology. So we really want one that kind of a calculation methodology that supports reduction of carbon used to calculate PNM's load, but still allows us to support our participation in the markets. And we would, I kind of mentioned this already as well, we'd like a flexible rulemaking that allows for market design and reporting framework evolution. Next slide. This looks, sorry, this is a little small, but so since we've been talking to others through working groups and connections, we've kind of learned about maybe an example of a different way to calculate our emissions that might do what I suggested, which would prove that PNM load was served under the 400-pound requirement, but also support our market participation, support market reliability, and continue the long-term goal of using these markets to get us where we need to be with affordable and carbon-free generation. So PNM is holding stakeholder meetings. I think we've had 2 so far, and we hope to continue that trend to try to kind of gain alignment on a calculation methodology and just bring awareness to our challenges and the big differences with how you calculate the carbon, how it could, even just small differences could really throw us off a lot. And one program we kind of learned about, and I'm still working to kind of spread the words internally and amongst the stakeholders, but I think it's been dubbed in the industry like clean net short. So it would basically be where we're adding up, we're basically calculating our average portfolio emission rate like we were, assigning that to our load, and then recognizing that if we've generated more than our load, then we are net long, right? So in that case, the generation beyond our load can be thought of as the dispatchable generation that supported our market participation. And that would be kind of called market reliability support. And it's, it's kind of similar to some of the concepts Claire talked about, but it's generation in excess of our load that we're using to participate in these markets. And in the cases where we're long, then we would assign those an average gas emission rate and credit it back against our 400-pound number that we've calculated. So for instance, using those same numbers from 2023, down here on the Excel, we get like 458. So even a little bit of adjustment in our operating plan would potentially get us under the 400 mark, and we would still have flexibility to participate in EIM. And then if we were a net importer over a period of time, which I'm thinking would be maybe like a week or a month for these periods that we're measuring, then the remaining load would be assigned the average gas emission rate for our calculation purposes. So in this way, we would be able to prove that PNM load met the spirit of the Energy Transition Act and was served under 400 pounds, but we would not be severely limiting our EIM participation. So I'm hoping I get some support and we can fill in some details, get down to the level of detail that Claire was doing and others earlier, eventually using great new market data that really captures accuracy. But for the short term, I'm hoping our calculation methodology could be something like this that enables EIM participation and still meets the Energy Transition Act. Next slide. Yep, that was it. So next steps, we're still working with CAISO on the use limited resource status. And we are working with stakeholders and will hopefully be able to comment on a rulemaking shortly that maybe we can get a calculation methodology that helps us improve our EIM performance. And we're also participating in these policy discussions to really have market design and policy focused on non-priced carbon reduction programs and really get accurate information informing our compliance with those. That's all I have. Thank you. Any questions?
Hey, Kelsey, this is Ani Gilbert with the CAISO. Just wanted to say thank you for coming and sharing PNM's case study and, the fact that you're walking through multiple avenues with the ISO when it comes to working with our market analysis team on potentially having an opportunity cost associated with that use limited status and also after the fact reporting. It's helpful to see how different entities and different permutations of state regulations are turning into that recommendation of after the fact reporting. So just wanted to say thanks for coming and sharing, how PNM is approaching it.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And if we do get a rulemaking and, can speak about adjustments made or progress in how we're tackling this, I'm happy to come back and talk again. Thanks.
Thanks.
Do we have any other questions in the room, comments on the phone? Anything on the phone only line? No? Okay.
No. Phone number line is currently empty of questions.
Okay. Then if we could move to the next slide, and thank you, Kelsey, for your presentation and for preparing materials today. And the next slide. Just want to go over next steps. So our next working group meeting is scheduled for May 29th. And for that working group, we are planning on having continued discussions on problem statement 7. So the plan right now is to have Doug Howe come back to the working group and continue discussions on the 2 proposals he shared during the March working group. And then the ISO may be giving some presentations on the EDAM counterfactual and GHG price formation based on some of what we heard today. So if we go to the next slide, we will be posting a comments template for today's working group. I also want to ensure that you're all aware that an updated discussion paper has been posted, and that discussion paper is posted out to the GHG Coordination Working Group webpage. So you'll be able to provide comment on that as well. And then for the May 29th meeting, we are planning on having it in person again here at the ISO, another full day session. So if you'd like to, we encourage you to come to that meeting in person, but again, you'll also have the option to participate virtually. And then if you are interested in presenting at the May 29th meeting, please reach out to us. You can email us at isostakeholderaffairs@CAISO.com. And then the last link here is just a link out to our initiative webpage. If we go to the next slide. So this is just a save the date reminder. So the California ISO is hosting a new resource implementation meeting on May 1st, 2024. So if you haven't registered for that and you would like to attend it in person, you can do so by end of day, April 26th. More information on how to register is available out on the ISO calendar. And then the final agenda and presentation will be available before the meeting on the public forums webpage. And the goal of that meeting is just to boost collaboration with the stakeholder community to prepare for the upcoming summer operations. And we really hope to improve transparency surrounding the new resource implementation process and outline expectations with everyone. Next slide. And then another save the date reminder. So the ISO will be hosting its stakeholder symposium this year on October 30th in Sacramento, California at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center. We will also be hosting a welcome reception for all attendees on October 29th in the evening. And then we will be releasing additional information, including event registration, sponsorship opportunities, and additional event details on the ISO website and in a notice in the coming weeks. But if you have any questions related to the symposium, please send us an email. The email is listed here on this slide. So before we wrap up, are there any questions, comments? Again, thank you to all of our presenters for taking the time to prepare materials and share those with the group today. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who made the trip out to Folsom to be here in person and for everyone joining us on the phone line. But with that, we'll wrap up a bit early today, and thanks everyone. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
The conference is now over. You may now disconnect.